planning for that?
Yeah, definitely, because not big plan, because before previous day, because of the rain, we should need to only win. But if they played yesterday match, we have to calculate with the net run race. These things are in it. But now free, we need only 2 wins. So our boys are in confidence levels also now high. So we try to pull back this tournament to our hand.
So, lastly, any changes from the playing 11 the last time?
Yeah, one change is there. Shahrukh out. So instead of that, Ilyas in.
Okay, all the best.
Thank you very much.
So, Aritra, you've lost this toss, you're batting first. What would you have done?
Would have batted first as well. Looks a true wicket.
So, you've lost 3 out of 3. Going to the semis is a dream for you now. So, you're playing for the pride?
Absolutely. We are playing for the badge. We're playing for all the people that have supported us throughout. And, we play with a lot of pride. And we need to show that today on the field.
Last, any changes from the playing 11 that you played
A
last
couple
time?
of changes. Avi Dikshit and Amartya Kaul coming to the 11.
Okay, have a good one.
Thank you.
So, the news from the center is Kuwait has won the toss and elected to bowl first.
Well, that's the news from the toss. No surprise really after that heavy rain yesterday and some moisture overnight. It's time for the national anthems, so we will take a pause as we stand for them. Well, as always, both sides, special moments for them as their country's national anthems are being played. Game day 8 and time for match number 15. And for Kuwait, it's a critical one. Singapore just playing for pride. But Kuwait can firmly put themselves into the qualification picture with a win, and they'll probably need to make it a big win as well. Let's take a look at the two teams. For Singapore, 2 changes. Richard Dutta, the captain, has a new opening partner as Armatha Cole comes into the team, as well as Avi Dixit, replacing Abdul Badelia and Rohan Rangarajan. Manpreet Singh has had a good tournament. Aryan Modi, the keeper. And then Surendran Chandramohan, we expect him to bat up by 1 place. So it's a long tail today with Philippan at 7, Bhaskaran at 8. The youngster Aditya Bhargava, thought he bowled really well. I know he was expensive, but picked up 4 wickets. And nice to see they've stuck with Akshay Puri after a difficult game for him against UAE. There is the Singapore 11, all set and ready to go. They've been very much under par and very much disappointing, but they have a chance to put a few things right today, pick up a first win of the tournament. For Kuwait, just the one change for them. Sadly, Shahrukh Kudus, I'm not sure he's 100% fit, so he misses out. But what about Yasin Patel? He's having a brilliant tournament with bat and ball. A lot of first-class experience too in this team, particularly the two players of Sri Lankan origin. That's Muhammad Aslam, the captain, and then at number 4 we'll see Ravija Sandarawan, very good player. Like Meet Babsar too, the youngster, talented. Parvinder has already shown us what he can do with his big hitting, as has Syed Manib with his pace bowling too. And Shiraz Khan is a very fine leg spinner. So that's the Kuwaiti 11. Every team should have someone in glasses, a bespectacled player. So the one to watch for today, Yasin Patel. Keep your eyes on him. He's a gem. Really good cricketer. Andrew Leonard here with you, and I'm delighted that Paresh Lahani has made the dash back from the middle to come and join me. Paresh, it was a strange old day yesterday. A damp squib, really, the only way to describe it, and it's left the points tables looking like this. And really, poor old Malaysia, very unlucky. They've been eliminated because of that 1 point apiece for Saudi and Nepal yesterday. Even if they get to 4, somebody else is going to get by them, because Saudi and Oman are playing against each other. Where does it leave the groups? Nepal's certainly almost certain to top Group A, you'd think, with their final game against Qatar. But Group B, anything could happen.
Yes, good morning to all the viewers, and good morning, Lenny. Yes, Group B, the teams they're all to play for, except Singapore, they're already out of the tournament. 4 teams battling out for the top 2 place of Group B. And talking about Group A, it certainly will be Nepal will be the topping of the group. They're playing Qatar in their last match, and Oman will certainly finish at up to second if they win their next match. And luckily to say about Kuwait, they had still 2 matches remaining today, playing against Singapore. If they win today, it'll be very pretty for them. And look at the Kuwaiti fielders, they're just getting ready for action.
Yeah, not just the qualifiers we don't know in Group B, but also the order of them. Hong Kong could win the group, but they may not. Ayan Khan, the youngster, 17 years of age, is top of the charts at the moment with a really good economy rate at 2 on what have been very good batting wickets. Isan Khan, outstanding from Hong Kong. And Sandeep Lamachani, special day for him yesterday. He was presented with all sorts of honours by the Cricket Association of Nepal for becoming the quickest ever to 100 ODI wickets. A penny for Aritra Dutta's thoughts. Certainly he knows how disappointing his team have been. And there is the most runs. You can almost create a 2-tier category for this. Varitia Aravind and then the rest, because he's that far clear with those 2 monster hundreds. But we've seen brilliant batting throughout. We have only had 6 game days in the tournament, Paresh, but we've had 9 centurions. Well, 8 different centurions, 9 centuries, 2 of them being made by Varitia Aravind, Babra Hayat, Rohan Mustafa, Ansuman Rath, Kushal Malla with the really quick one. He's in 3rd place on the run scoring charts. Abdul Wahid, who I thought batted beautifully for Saudi Arabia, and Mohammad Wazeem smashed the ball everywhere after 2 low scores, and Jatinder Singh too from Oman making up for disappointment in his first couple of outings. The quality of batting has been outstanding, and that's something that historically in associate cricket wouldn't have been the case, that the ball has tended to dominate the bat, but the batters very much having their time and their turn now.
Yes, we could even see that 250 odd runs been chased in both the venues. Yeah, that shows that how good work the curator has done in both the venues. 2 centuries rather in Mulpani Cricket Ground, and 6 centuries in TU International Cricket Ground. A bright sunny morning today. It's a bit clearer than it was. Very disappointing yesterday. It rained the whole day. Just after 4 p.m. the sun started to come down. The 2 umpires for today.
Yeah, beautiful day today. There are some concerns going forward, sadly. And those concerns are that the forecast for this weekend in particular isn't very good. This afternoon we might get a shower or two as well. So I wonder, did that play into the thoughts of Mohammed Aslam, the Kuwaiti captain? Because certainly there's a bit of rain around the radar, and what that will mean in the days to come. There is a reserve day for the final, which is brilliant to see, but for the semis there is not. So it's all the more important, if you're towards the top of that group table, to make sure you finish first. That's what Hong Kong and Nepal will be trying to do by winning their final games. If they do win their last outings, they cannot be caught. But the problem is, for the likes of UAE or Oman or Bahrain or Kuwait or whoever finishes second in the group were Saturday to be washed out, it'll be the winners of the group that will advance. So very much tricky times ahead, with an eyes to the heavens as well, or a pair of eyes. There's a bit of a delay up in the other games. Sadly, the Mulpani ground took an awful lot of rain yesterday. So Malaysia versus Qatar, they are yet to toss. But that game really, it's pretty disappointing for Malaysia, because I think they've played well. That even if they win today, whatever the margin, they won't be able to finish in the top two because of that non-result yesterday. That was the worst possible result for the men from Malaysia. So let's talk about our umpires for today's game. Asif Iqbal from the UAE. He's being joined by John Prakash. And our TV umpire, our third umpire, who'll make the calls on the line decisions for stumpings and runouts. That's Narayan Sivan from Malaysia. And our reserve umpire, Riaz Kurupkar, today. And as you saw at the toss with Paresh, that's Iftikhar Ali from the UAE. Always difficult for the match officials when rain is about. They tend to be the butt of a lot of people's frustrations, and they have to hold their nerves.
Yes, definitely the match officials and the match referee, they have pretty long things to do. If it rains, Aritra Datta, the captain, the opening batter for Singapore, he's going to take the strike. And Amaratya Kaul, the right-hand batter, he's played 5 matches, list A career, 33 runs and strike rate under 50. Yashin Patel is going to start the proceedings for Kuwait. He has been very good in this tournament. List A career, 1 match, 1 wicket, and look at his economy rate, just 3.2. A very good left-arm orthodox. There's a slip, short extra, short third, backward point cover. And there's a long off in place.
So delighted we're back into action today, all set for play. Kuwait must win. Here we go. Edged and so nearly carries. Well, what a start that would have been. We've spoken at length as to how impressed we've been with this young left arm spinner, and he's nearly got a wicket from the first ball.
Yes, starts off with a slow through the air, gets the edge. Did it carry? I think it just bounced in front of him. A good start for Kuwait. Datta very lucky there, the ball not carrying to the slips.
Yeah, we've taken a move all the way down the square to the wicket that we've used in 3 match days already. So this is the 4th use of it. I suspect there's a bit of an eye to the semi-finals and the final. So there may be some turn on offer. I expect spinners to play a part despite all of that overnight rain and that rain yesterday. Very much a pitch that's taken turn as Dutta gets right on top of the bounce. He's going to get 4. It's a good stroke. Singapore's captain, he's spoken honestly about the challenges that his team have faced and how disappointed he's been. He's going to try and lead from the front today.
Yes, that was a bit short ball, not turning as much as the first ball. And nicely dealt with it by Datta, the captain of Singapore, rolling towards the mid-wicket boundary. Yeah, talking about the first ball, that Yashin ball, it was slow through the air. That is why he got that turn. The second ball was an armour, the ball going with the arm. That length is the key for the left-arm orthodox in the initial stages.
inside edge. I think has saved Dutta there. Yeah, he's mixing it up, isn't he? The first delivery, it turned away. That one's skidded on. There'll be a bit of natural variation in that. It's not always necessarily the difference between the arm ball and an orthodox off break for the left arm spinner. And the reason for that is with a new ball, particularly if it doesn't land on the seam, if it lands on the shiny side, it can just skid on. Good attacking field here from Kuwait. And good diving work from the skipper. Mohammed Aslam's got himself in the key position there at extra cover. 4 runs from the first over. 4 for none. Here's the 2 starting 11s today. Kuwait picked up their 1 victory up at the Mulpani ground. That was against Bahrain. Really entertaining match that one. I went right to the final stages with Syed Manib hitting the winning runs. And Kuwait winning by 2 wickets. And even though if you looked at the scorecard alone of that UAE contest, you'd say that it was a heavy defeat that they took from UAE. They dropped 7 catches in that game, and that allowed the UAE to post 370. They put up a really good fighting effort with the bat. I think this is a good Kuwaiti side. To beat Bahrain is a good achievement. And here's the change to the Kuwaiti side today. Ilyas Ahmed comes into the team. The left arm quick replaces the right arm pacer, Shahrukh Kudus. Brilliant shots we've been given by our drone throughout. I want to ask you about the Mulpani ground. Paresh, after Ilyas gets us underway. I know it was very disappointing yesterday. It was supposed to be Nepal's first international game at that venue. Probably not a good day to judge it, but were you impressed by what you saw, at least with the potential for the venue? There's 2 grounds right next to each other there.
Yes, very much impressed by the hard work done by the ground personnel and the curator who was hired from Bangladesh to prepare the pitch for this event. Very lush green outfield, good batting surface as well. The day before that, Oman played against Malaysia. Good scoring there by both the teams. Oman winning by 8 wickets. A nice start by Ilyas. Talking about the captain of Kuwait, Mohammad Aslam. He said that on the toss that they've been doing batting second. They've been doing well batting second. That is why he opted to bowl first. And while talking about Dutta, the captain of Singapore, he said it looks a very flat wicket. That is why he would have batted first if he'd won the toss. So it'll be very interesting to see how the Singapore batsmen go about the first power play.
I know it wasn't a big day of international cricket here yesterday with the rain, but there was lots of other action around the world, Paresh, wasn't there? And Ireland, what a day they had yesterday. Beaten out of sight by Sri Lanka in the first test by an innings. Humiliated, really. They dominated that first day of the test match yesterday. 320 for 4. Half centuries for Andy Balbirnie. For Lorcan Tucker, who's still not out. For Paul Sterling, who to retire hurt with cramp, but he's still there. Cutaway, going to be 4. Short and wide and pounced upon by Cole.
Yes, this shows that how true this wicket is to bat on. The 4th game in this wicket, and look at this shot again, short and wide, nicely done by the batter there.
A good stroke, width on offer and put away. But yeah, it wasn't just Ireland that were impressive. New Zealand, outstanding. I stayed up to watch that last night, and there's a real Asian Cricket Council connection there, because Mark Chapman, the hero, the centurion, the player of the match, the player of the series, he's played in this tournament, or the precursor to this. And that was for Hong Kong. Came through the Hong Kong system. And he is an absolute star player. And he's been held back now into the ODI side. With Kane Williamson's injury, there's a real chance for him to have a huge World Cup. Going to be 4 more. Again, it's short. Again, it's wide, despite the change of angle. And Cole into the team, cashes in. Back-to-back boundaries.
Yes, this was much better than the last one. Onto his back foot, punching it down in front of square in the offside. And it's a rather ordinary bowling by Ilyas Ahmed, the replacement bowler for Kuwait. It's the initial start because of the rain in the afternoon yesterday. There's a bit of dampness in the wicket. He should have exploited it, bowled it short.
Edged wide of the one slip that's in place. Might have been interesting if there was a second one in there. That'll close out a second over. And the score is 13 for none.
You can see the Singapore dressing room a bit relaxed. Nothing to lose for them here in this event. They've lost out 3 out of 3. They're playing for their pride. That is what the captain said. And the toss. In the meanwhile, Yashin Patel, the youngster, is going to continue from the pavilion end. A similar field for both the batsmen. There's a boundary rider. Only 2 fielders are allowed outside the 30-yard circle. One is at long off and the other one is at deep square leg. A packed outside offside field and a very attacking field as well for the left arm orthodox. Cole is on strike. Again, nicely bowled, slower through the air. This is the pace what Yashin should bowl at. A good bowling.
Good diving stop. Yeah, Kuwait have a huge amount to play for today. They can really blow this Group B wide open with a victory, particularly if there's some rain about in the last 2 days. 2 more days of group stages after today. This is a good bit of work. 3-run save that for me. Inside edge from Dutta will save him. Back live with you now. Paresh, obviously hugely disappointing for everyone involved yesterday, but in one way Malaysia were the biggest victims of it. They didn't even take the pitch in action. If either side had won yesterday, they would have stayed alive in the competition. The only way they could have been knocked out was with a non-result.
Yes, exactly. A very disappointing for Malaysia. It's a very good team, Malaysia. Slow through the air, outside the off stump, couldn't get hold of it. The ball stopped a bit after pitching. Good bowling by Yashin Patel. Yeah, talking about Malaysia, very disappointing. They have very good players like Virendeep Singh, who scored 96, 94, mind you. Slow through the air, a bit flatter. Look at the turn again. 3 overs gone. Singapore 14 for no loss.
Here's a look at Singapore's start to the tournament. That was their first game up at the Mulpani ground. I think everyone was kind of finding their way on that venue in terms of how the pitch was going to play. But 174 being bowled all out was never going to be enough. A little bit of movement in, bit of wobble. And that was probably as good as it's got for Singapore. They've taken 3 really heavy defeats. And being honest, of the 10 teams that we've seen in this ACC Men's Premier Cup, I'd argue they've been the most disappointing. I think Qatar, even though they haven't won a game, have certainly shown more than them, even though they're eliminated too. Edged, and either put down or it hasn't carried, one of the two. Ravija Sandrawan did not move quickly or promptly, and Ilyas could have had the breakthrough.
Yeah, Ilyas Ahmed creating chances coming round the wicket. I don't think it carried. The slip fielder is a bit far to my liking. It should be a bit closer because there Ilyas is not express pace. We can see from this angle. It got a fingertip tips to it. Rolling down to the third man boundary for 4 runs. Lucky call.
Didn't move quickly, did he? Didn't seem to anticipate the edge. And with the left arm seamer bowling around the wicket, the edges are always going to come at you a little bit later because it angles in. And there, look, the hands are still on the knees at the point of contact. I think a good piece of anticipation could have made that a chance. He'll say it didn't carry, but the reason it didn't carry, he wasn't ready for the catch. It's a tough place to field slip because 99% of the balls, they go to a different part of the field. And you don't get an edge, but you have to anticipate an edge every time. And he's got his hand to his mouth for a reason now, Ravija Sandrawan. I think he knows that was a chance, and I think he knows that it wasn't the greatest of efforts.
Yes, and he was a bit slow to get to the ball. It was in front of his eyes, dipping. And being a slip fielder my whole career, it's very difficult to field as if you should have good reflexes. And like you said, Lenny, the point you pointed that the hands were still on the knees. You should have kept it a bit low, stayed a bit low. Outside the off stump, good bowling by Ilyas. A good comeback over by him.
Yeah, it looks a slightly more natural angle. For Ilyas, who is coming around the wicket. Often it's something you see left arm seamers do after any movement is gone, after the sort of initial 4 or 5 over burst from one end for them. They'll bowl these in the middle overs. He's getting it to hoop back in. It's a good over, and Dutta had to move promptly to get back. Could well have been a wicket taking over. Instead, just the edged 4 runs coming from it. It's 18 for none.
Let's look at the group tables. Group A, Nepal on top, Oman on second, Saudi Arabia, Malaysia and Qatar respectively third, fourth and fifth. At the moment, talking about today's game, Kuwait and Singapore. The last game for Singapore and Kuwait, they still have chance to get into the top 2 of the group.
Well, if Kuwait did win today, the top 4 in the group would all have 1 game left, and they'd all be separated by 2 points. Nobody would be guaranteed as qualified, and none of those 4 teams would be eliminated yet going into the final 2 days. Yes, the UAE have a massive net run rate advantage, so if they win, they're through. In fact, even if they get washed out, I think they'll be through. But for Bahrain and Kuwait, remember, they'll play Hong Kong in their final game. as UAE will play Bahrain. Things are a little bit more unclear. Oh, it's a beauty. Really well bowled. The reason why: Bahrain have a net run rate of plus 1.04, Hong Kong plus 2.2. And if Bahrain beat Hong Kong, they will end up tied on 5 points each, and it will then come down to net run rate because they'll both have 2 wins, 1 loss, and 1 non-result. The UAE Kuwait situation is a bit clearer. Given pretty full, pretty straight, and Dutta has been caused all sorts of problems by the young left-arm spinner who's having a brilliant tournament. And Kuwait strike.
Yeah, Yashin Patel has been lining up Datta very well, mixing his pace, slow through the air, quicker through the air. And this was right in the front of the stumps, a bit fuller to go to the back foot. Datta has to pay the price. Datta gone for 4. Singapore has lost the first wicket. And first strike for Kuwait. Let's look at this again. It was dead in front. He should have played it in front foot. Because of the slowness of the pitch, at the slow through the air, he went back, gone for 4. Singapore 18 for 1.
Come on, boys. Come on, boys. Come on, boys. Come on, boys. Good pass. Come up. Aslam bhai. Aslam bhai.
Avi Dixit is the new man in his List A career. 6 matches, 56 runs. Look at his strike rate. Touch under 55. Now he has a role to play here at number 3. Just steady the innings. Cole is playing well, 14 of 14. Datta departs for a plum LBW by Yashin Patel. A very smart bowling by him. He's impressed a lot of people here in Nepal. That was plum in front.
Well, I think Dutta knew, didn't he? Sometimes you just know as a batter. He took that look up to the umpire and he just knew the finger was going to go up. It was plumb. Yassin Patel is a really talented cricketer. You think about him just as a left-arm spinner alone, that is a good enough proposition for any team. But then you add his batting into the cause, and you get a sense as to just how impressive he is. 63 not out he made in the last game. That was against Bahrain. He was the leading scorer in the entire match and the player of the match. He also bowled 10 overs, 4 maidens, none for 19. Went at less than 2 and over. In comes a short leg. Good aggressive captaincy from Aslam. And it very nearly goes there. If that was a forward short leg rather than a backward short leg, that could have been a second wicket in 2 balls and Patel could have been on a hat-trick, but instead Dixit gets off the mark.
Yeah, in the first instinct I thought that the position of the short leg is a bit wrong. He was behind square. He should have been forward short, like Lenny said. That would have been a wicket, the second wicket, back-to-back wicket for Yashin. A good attacking field again by the captain Aslam. There's a slip point, backward point, cover point as well. That's the over, a wicket taking over for Yashin. 5 gone, Singapore 19 for 1.
Thank you, sir. Left arm over to you. To center. Thank you.
halfway through the power play, and Ilyas will continue. He's been a bit inconsistent, but he's shown definitely has wicket-taking potential. It just appears to me that his run-up is a little bit of an issue. He kind of stutters through it, loses momentum about halfway into it. I know you weren't a fast bowler, Paresh, you're a top-order batter, but why is it that some quick start with issues with their run-ups, and he doesn't look to be able to straighten it out right now. He's also kind of weaving in and out. Look, just there, loses momentum.
Yeah, you can see two stutters there out there by Ilyas. I think because of a lack of games, and it has been given as a leg bye. And it's a free hit, a no ball bowled by him. That's very poor by Ilyas Ahmed. Yeah, because of lack of match practice, I must say he has that stutter in his run-up, but he uses his shoulders at the delivery point. That is good to see. But he could have a very good run-up if he had that match practice or even in the nets.
Yeah, a lot of the pace that he's inserting in his delivery is coming from his shoulder. It's already muscled down. Looks like a strong man. If he could straighten that run up and develop consistent momentum. The other point is, it was interesting that we were just talking about his run up. He's overstepped. Here comes the free hit. Big swing and a miss as Ilyas tumbles through. Such is his effort. But inconsistent run-ups like that with stutters are going to lead to inconsistent landing areas, and that means you will sometimes overstep.
Not a very smooth run-up by any stretch. He uses his shoulder at the delivery point. That is why he gets that length correct. The last ball he tumbled down because of the extra effort and the inconsistent run-up that he's had. A good start for Kuwait here. Again, ball angling away into the right hander. Nice deflect away off his pads by Call. The ball is running down to the boundary. Nice sliding stop. A good hunting in pairs by the fielders. 3 runs taken by Call. A good running between the wickets by these two batsmen. Yeah, coming back to Ilyas's run-up, it's very inconsistent, I must say. It's not smooth. He has stuttered in both occasions. It's all because of net practice and spot bowling and match practice, I presume.
You're also kind of getting used to the punch down the ground. Just be a single. Was airborne for a moment. It's just getting used to the facilities as well. A little bit like Saudi Arabia and Bahrain and Qatar. There's not a huge number of turf facilities in Kuwait. There are a couple. But the reality is, you come here to a wonderful facility at the TU International Cricket Ground, the one up in Mulpani, which is developing. And the excellent efforts from the ground staff. It just takes a little bit of getting used to. If you're playing a lot of your cricket on turf wickets or concrete wickets or matting wickets, you won't even be bowling in spikes as a fast bowler. You'll be bowling in runners. Short, wide. That's a bit of a buffet bowl. Go and help yourself. Amartya Call, it's exactly what he does. Gets it in front of square and he gets 4.
Yeah, 3 short balls bowled to Call and 3 punished down to the boundary. This was a good shot by him. 1 bounce over the rope. Look at the connection. The ball went to the boundary like a trace of bullet. Good timing. A very ordinary ball this by Ilyas. Short and outside the off stump. Call taking a full toll of it. Even though Singapore has lost their first wicket as a captain, Call is dealing in boundaries, giving himself room. That was pulled down to mid-wicket region. 1, 2, just rolling to the rope there in the advertising cushion. Back-to-back boundaries for call. Singapore off to a good start here. He didn't time it as much as he liked. It got big on him.
Yeah, issues here, big issues for Ilyas Ahmed into the team. We're not sure if it's an injury to Shahrukh Qudus. He's bowled with real pace, real aggression. But right now, Ilyas is going around the park. And Yasin Patel at the other end, they can't get a bat on him. No ball. These run-up issues, which we identified at the start of the over, are becoming a big problem. It looks like a front foot no ball according to the umpire. Let's take a look. Yeah, he's saying you've overstepped the front line. And isn't he right? Right on the money. Second no ball of the over, second free hit incoming.
Yes, that was clearly a no ball. That run-up issue is resulting bowling a no ball by Ilyas. A free hit. The last ball, the free hit was a dot ball. A good effort ball by Ilyas. Another Yorker length. Very well bowled. Oh, that's good bowling by Ilyas. Oh, there's a overthrow, but no harm done. At the end of 6, Singapore 36 for 1. Yashin Patel to continue a good attacking field for him. Silly point, slip and short extra cover. All three in the catching position.
Yeah, good rich history of cricket in Kuwait. Dates back a long way. There's been cricket there primarily with expats, large English community there in the 50s, 60s, 70s, but the Kuwait Cricket Association founded in 1996 and an associate member of the ICC like all of these countries here. Really good stroke. Cole has looked excellent. Where have they been hiding him? Into the team today. And he's looking to make a statement and he's showing fight as well. We were a little bit critical of the Singapore batting effort chasing down that huge 471 run total where they just sort of batted time, nudged it around, didn't take much risk. But this is much more like it. They're cashing in on the power play and now even Yasin Patel goes for a boundary.
Yes, after the square cut, the silly point is out. Down to cover point. Only a slip. Another shot outside the off stump, but straight to the fielder. Yeah, talking about Yashin Patel, he's been very good today, and even the matches that he played before in this tournament. Margin of error is so little in this wicket in the TU International Cricket Ground. If you bowl short outside the off stump, you'll be punished.
One of the good things in Kuwait as well, over 10,000 cricketers registered and playing, not just in senior men's cricket, but there's a very much a push to get more youngsters playing, with schools and universities taking cricket into their syllabus. 50 cricket pitches altogether, many in those schools and universities, public parks, but only 2 or 3 with turf surfaces. So that's definitely a challenge, no different to the challenge that Saudi face, that Bahrain face. And the real challenge is just that consistency for the players at this top level to then come and adjust. They're playing regularly on matting or concrete or AstroTurf, and then coming to play on beautiful turf wickets like this one. End of the 7th over. We'll have a commentary change. We'll welcome Shard Visakar in a moment. It's 41 for 1.
Change the bowler. Left arm round coming through.
A very good morning to all those people who've just tuned in. Just a reminder, Kuwait won the toss and they decided to bowl first. Singapore having a good start, losing their captain, Datta. 7 overs bowled, 41 for 1. And I would like to invite Sharad Veswakar here in the comment box. Good morning, Sharad.
Very good morning, Paresh. Yeah, what a bright and sunny day today after having a rained off day yesterday. It's good to see the sun out already. Bright sunshine, clear weather. You can smell that freshness in the air for sure.
Yeah, after that rainy day yesterday, the morning was so bright at the toss. There's a bowling change from the Chobar end. The call is playing very good here. A right-hand batsman. Nicely bowled. Meet Bhaskar is the bowling change from the Chobar end, the left-arm orthodox. I beg your pardon, it is the captain, Mohammad Aslam. Nicely bowled, a bit round-arm action. But the target is always clear, right around middle stump. Look at that again, coming very sidearm and bowling stump to stump. He's bowled well in this tournament so far. This is his third outing here in this ACC Men's Premier Cup 2023.
That's a quick single taken. Yeah, Mohammad Aslam coming wide of the crease with that 45-degree release. It's definitely going that incoming angle for him. Would be interesting to see if he gets some turn in this wicket, as there would be some moisture definitely.
Yeah, this is the 4th time this wicket has been used in this tournament. It has yielded more than 1,000 runs. A very good batting track. Not a sign of wearing of the wicket. Like I said in the first match that Kuwait played, it's his action, his angle, the hand coming sidearm is resembled the good all-rounder, the great all-rounder of the world, Saqib Al Hasan. In the meantime, 8 overs gone. Singapore 42 for 1. Yeah, there's a bowling change from the pavilion end. Shahid Monib is into the attack, the right arm medium pacer. It's written here right arm fast. He bowled some quick deliveries in the first 2 matches. A good win for Kuwait against Bahrain the other day at Mulpani. That is why the captain Mohammad Aslam decided to bowl first. They're doing good, batting second. That is what he said. A slip is there. Extra cover, backward point, cover point, and extra cover, mid off, and third man. 6-3 field for him. There's a fine leg, the two boundary riders in the first 10 overs, the power play. There's a mid wicket and mid on in the 30th circle in the leg side. Oh, starts off back of the length, a good area, and into the body of Call.
Starting well here, Munib. Had a very good outing in the last game. Picked up 4 wickets against the Bahrain team. Yeah, he has picked up 5 wickets already in the 2 games he has bowled. Looks to hit the deck hard.
A gentle shape away from the right-hander. A good run-up. A good release point as well. A good jump into the bowling crease. And a good load-up as well. A fast bowler should have those smooth run-ups, a good jump, and good load-up and release. The release point is a bit high. That is why he extracts bounce from the length. A complete medium pacer for me. What a shot. Behind square, beats the third man fielder. Yet another boundary for Call. He's been very good outside the off stump for the short ball.
Absolutely, what a shot that was. Cut it hard behind point and races away to the boundary. Fielder out of his reach. Could see the fielder was quite late there, racing away.
And the fielder at third man, he was not at the ropes. He was, let's say, 7 to 10 meters inside the rope. If he would have been at the rope, probably he would have stopped that. And it was hit very hard, cut very hard. Whatever he's got outside the off some short ball, he's punished that for a boundary. That is why he's moved to 36 of 35. A good start for him and for Singapore. Just losing 1 wicket as a captain. Aritra Datta. Yeah, the toss he said that it looks a good batting wicket. Nicely bowled. A good comeback ball by Monib.
Looking good call here too. Scored 36 runs already in quick time. Yeah, surprisingly he missed out the last game for Singapore. Looks a decent bat to me, Parish. Smacking the ball quite well here.
Yeah, it's very good. He reminds me of Devendra Chaudhary. He used to smash the ball off outside the off stump, the short balls. A good line and length. A good lead by Call. He didn't know what to do. That is why he left the ball alone. You know, the square cuts, the ball played outside the off stump, the short balls, the wide balls. It reminds me of Devendra Chaudhary. He used to smack them around the off stump, behind square or in front of square.
Absolutely, what a bat he was. Doing a good job as the head of the selection committee at the moment. Yeah, I was lucky enough to be under the guidance of you, Paresh, and Dipendra as well in my early days. To follow you guys a lot. As Monip comes in for his last ball of his first over.
Getting that edge, there's no slip. The ball running down to the third man boundary for 4 runs. A chance created by Munib. A good sharp delivery by him. Look at the replay again. The ball's slightly moving after pitching. Getting that edge. There was no slip. It would have been straight to the hand of the slips. Nevertheless, it's a boundary, a lucky boundary for Call and Singapore. 9 gone, Singapore 50 for 1. Mohammad Aslam, the captain of Kuwait, is going to continue from the show bar in a very good first over. Only a run given by him. Bowling from sidearm. Look at this again. Edge and taken. Very good delivery by him. Second wickets go down. It was outside the off stump. Just held the bat to it, got the edge. A smart catch taken by the slip fielder.
Yeah, that went with the arm, as you can see after pitching. Just slight bit of turn, but got the outside edge and nice catch taken there in the first slip. Got his first wicket of the tournament, Aslam. Dixit goes for 2. Disappointed. Singapore are 50 for 2.
Come on, boys. Batsman coming, boys.
Rajiva Sundarwan, the Sri Lankan origin, taking the catch at slips. A smart catch taken by him. The ball was in a comfortable height, but the reflexes, you need very good reflexes at slips. That is shown by Sundarwan. 2 wickets down for Singapore after having a decent start. Cole still there, playing on 40. And the new batsman in is Manpreet.
So it's the informed Manpreet who walks in at number 4. Played well in his last game. Manpreet was well on his way for a century, but missing out at the end. He would look to make another good contribution. Singapore playing their last game.
Again, ball coming from the side, delivering from the side, but his accuracy is very good. Stump to stump. The last ball, the wicket of Dixit, the ball slightly turned after pitching into the left-hander. A smart catch taken by Sundarwan, the Sri Lankan origin.
It makes a difficult angle to face Paresh. When a bowler coming that wide with that lower arm trajectory, how would you look to play him early on?
Yeah, as a batsman, you'll have to see the revelations of the ball, the delivery point as well. It's a bit sidearm, so you'll have to watch the delivery point, the height as well, and the trajectory of the ball. He's not flighting it in, he's darting it in. So everything you'll have to look for in a sidearm action, the left arm orthodox. Nicely bowled again, right on the money.
As you can see, if he can turn from that angle, it's gonna be difficult for the batsman for sure.
Nicely bowled, a good ball to finish the over. A wicket maiden for him. The second over that is bowled, 10 overs gone. The first end of the power play. Singapore 50 for 2. Said Monib to continue from the pavilion end. He's bowled a good first over. Apart from that wide short ball outside the off stump, which was hit very hard by Cole down to the boundary. He's on 40 of 38 after the first power play. The 10 overs, a good start for Singapore, but losing 2 wickets. I think it's a decent start.
That's our commentary box, as you can see. Looking sharp, Mr. Lohani.
Yeah, thank you very much, Sharad. I do look always sharp. And good morning to you all too. Yeah, a good start for Singapore after losing those wickets. The first wicket was a quite early, but the second wicket just went down 2 overs ago.
Munib has been very impressive with the start of his second over. Bowling in the right channel. He's looking very close to pick up that third wicket for me, Parish. Getting some movement off the wicket as well.
Yes, the ball went through the slips. The last over he bowled, that is why the slip has been placed for him. A good move by the captain, Aslam, just attacking. He just wants to finish it off in the first innings. He's registered a win, a second win for his team. Beaten outside the off stump. Ball just shaping away from the right hander after pitching. Good bowling by Munib.
Look at that movement he got off the wicket. Just shaped away a bit. Called it very well, probably not to get an edge there. I would love to see another slip there, Paresh. With this movement he's getting off the wicket and with that new ball, probably Kuwait can attack a bit more.
Yes, that was unplayable. The ball coming in the air and going out after pitching. Full toss, tried a Yorker there, but missed his line. No harm done. Yeah, I would like to see another slip as well. Just if you want to bowl that channel off stump, outside the off stump, you can have that fielder on the leg side, bring him back here to second slip and keep that vacant area. Tell the batsman to go across the line.
Absolutely. He's getting that away movement in the air and off the wicket as well.
Outside the off stump. Again, a freebie for call, but couldn't get hold of it. Straight to the fielder. Yeah, talking about attacking the field. I would like to see the short midfielder coming to second slip and keep that vacant area. Just tell the batsman, if you want to hit boundaries, just go across the line and just flick me outside the off stump. That is what the bowler should do, and that is what the captain should think about. Moni bowling in right channel in good areas. Again, outside the off stump, left it alone. 11 gone, Singapore 50 for 2. Kuwait, I think, slightly on top at the moment after getting a good start by Singapore. Call. The last over bowled by Munib was a maiden over, a good over for Kuwait. Very nicely bowled again by Aslam. The last over that Aslam bowled was a wicket maiden for him as well. A good attacking field again. No silly point, but there's a slip. Coming down the track, hitting over. That is the first maximum of Singapore and Manpreet. opens his account with a huge 6.
That was cleared comfortably by Manpreet. What a shot early on. Gets off the mark with that 6. Batting with the same confidence he did in the last game, with the spin and full swing of the bat. Goes a long way.
Yeah, that was hit on the up. Nicely connected. A good shot to start off your innings with a 6 to start off your count. A good comeback ball by Aslam. The last ball that he was hit for a 6, that was a bit slow through the air, and nicely done by Manpreet, coming down the track, hitting it on the up over the long off fielder for a massive 6. This was a good change of pace by Aslam. A good aggression shown by him. Throwing the ball back to the keeper. I've never seen a spinner being so aggressive.
Yeah, probably bit upset that Manpreet hit that shot to him. Nice comeback by Aslam after getting hit for that 6. Showing some intent, some aggressive bowling here. Though he looks a spinner, that body language shows that he's into the game.
Yeah, Aslam is mixing his pace. Good ball to end the over. 6 runs coming off it. 12 gone. Singapore 56 for 2.
Come on, boys!
56 for 2 after 12. Singapore current rate is 4.67. Only 4 extras. 2 no balls in that. Munib to continue from the pavilion end. There's a slip because he's bowling that channel outside the off stump. Cole is on strike. He's playing on 40. Good start for him. Again, steps away from his run up. Yeah, talking about run ups, he has a very smooth run up, a good jump as well into the crease, a good load up as well, and good high release. That is why he's getting that bounce from the length.
Yes, looks to hit hard into the wicket. Munib, strong shoulders, nice rhythmic run up. Yes, slightly short, and that's put away.
Yeah, Cole looks very good outside the off stump. Every ball, almost every ball that is hit outside the off stump went for 4. This was a very good shot on his toes. Square drive behind square for a boundary. Look at that shot again. Beautiful.
No feet movement there by Cole. Just stood up tall. Looks very stable in the crease, Parish, while hitting those boundaries, those shots he has played till now. Looks pretty decent. He looks a decent bat to me.
Yeah, this was a bit fuller into the stumps. Whatever Cole is getting outside the off stump, the short ball, he's punished that towards the boundary behind square. He looks to be a back foot player for me. Whenever the ball is pitched up, he's finding it a bit difficult to drive the ball or defend it. Whenever the ball is pitched short and wide, he's punished that. Straying down to the leg side, a quick single taken by these two batsmen. It'll be interesting to see. Yes, it's a leg by.
Isn't it surprising for us to see Cole getting his only second game in the tournament? He looks a very good bat among the batting we have seen till now from the Singapore side.
Yes, it's a bit surprising, but maybe an injury is an issue for him, or or whatever is like, it's a bit surprising. If he was fully fit and not playing, that is a bit of surprise. Looks like a very good batsman, only for the short balls and outside the off stump. If it's a fuller delivery on the off stump, he's finding it a bit difficult to drive the ball. He's a back foot player, no doubt about it. A very strong back foot player. Again, good length, hitting that hard length. Monib. Talking about call. Probably it's an injury issue that he didn't play the second match. Looks to be a very good bat. Like you said, Sharad. Manpreet opened his account with a huge 6. Now he has to build up a partnership with Kaul, who's well set on 44. Again outside the off stump. It was not wide to cut, but nicely played by Manpreet. Just looking at the weather today, it looks very good. Rather than that, it was very gloomy, raining yesterday. The two games in Mulpani and Tiu International Cricket Ground were abandoned. A point shared by 4 teams. Outside the off stump, nicely done. A good cover drive in front of square by Manpreet. Beautiful shot.
Yeah, amazing shot that was. Love to. That's the over done. After 13, Singapore are 65 for 2.
Beautiful cover drive played by Manpreet Singh. The last ball of the last over. Total in control, very balanced. Right on top of the bounce. Getting that gap between extra cover and long off. Again, Aslam starting his 4th over and the 14th over of the innings. Starts off right on the money.
Yeah, good battle going on here. He's picked up that early wicket. Aslam, he's bowling well. And Kaul batting as well. He's given a very good start to his team. You can still see the mid on up in Aslam's bowling. Oh, there's a little battle going on there. He was making the bowler wait. Kaul, rightly so, is taking a lot of time. Aslam not happy there. Oh, that beats him. Showing some fast bowlers aggression there, Aslam, Polish.
Yes, exactly, and that was a slider. Very sidearm action by Aslam. That slided into the right-hander. Bowled it very quick as well. A good change of pace. Again, a slower through the air now. He's mixing his pace, his length as well. Good bowling by Aslam.
He's bowling well, definitely. What would you do, Paris, when a bowler gives you a stare?
Well, I just give him a smile back. That is what I did my whole career. I'll never talk with my mouth. I used to talk with my bat. A good loop given by Aslam at the end of 14. Singapore 65 for 2.
come on, boys. You ready, boys? Mid point पे जाना. अब बिलाल. Yasuf, you also. Down. Dani inside.
There's a bowling change from the pavilion, and Munib has taken a rest. It's Shiraj Khan is the new bowler into the attack.
Come on, boys.
The orthodox right arm offie. It's an interesting move. While Munib was bowling very well from this end, he's been taken off by the captain and brought in an off spinner. There's no slip, and Manpreet on his cap, losing his helmet. It's a bit pleasant weather today after those rain yesterday. A very lobby ball to start off by Shiraj Khan, resulting a dot ball. Yeah, talking about Kaul and Manpreet, a good start for both of them. Quicker through the air, almost getting that edge, tried to guide that down to the third man boundary, was completely beaten. Manpreet.
Good turn shown there by Shiraz. If he gets that turn going, as Kuwait looking to break this partnership, they should be keeping that first slip for sure. Need to get that early wicket here. Shouldn't be letting these two settle down.
The initial stage, I thought he was bowling some off spins. He's a leg spinner. He's bowling some leg spinners now. Yeah, good to see there's a slip now. There's a short third, a backward point, and short extra. The boundary riders are sweep the cover, long off, deep mid wicket, and backward square leg.
Yeah, yet to pick up a wicket, Shiraz, in this tournament. Quite expensive against the UAE, going for 79. A decent spell against Bahrain, you could say, giving away 31 runs, but no wickets yet. That's well bowled.
That was very well bowled outside the off-stump ball, turning away from the right-hander. Our co-commentator Andrew Leonard would be very happy to see leg spinners in attack. It was Fuller, nicely driven down to sweep the cover, just a single. 1 run off the over, 15 gone, Singapore 66 for 2.
So after 15 overs, Singapore moving around 4 runs per over. Good morning to our friend Andrew Leonard. You'd be excited to be here today.
Yeah, very good morning, Jared. Great to have you back. I didn't enjoy you going missing on me yesterday. You and Paresh abandoning me up to the Mulpani ground. I think the weather god said no, that's not on. Keep the boys together. And great to be back with you. I won't lie, I'm keeping half an eye on the Galle International Stadium in beautiful Sri Lanka today, because a very proud Irishman I was yesterday, and was very thankful for that rain, because it meant I got to watch all of the first day of the Test match, and maybe Ireland's greatest ever day in Test cricket. Just 6th Test match we've ever got to play. And after a 4-year break, without having played red ball cricket for 4 years, a huge achievement from the Irish boys. Whatever happens from here, Sri Lanka will be huge favourites to win that test still. But yeah, a very special day for Lorcan Tucker, for Paul Sterling, fresh from a holiday, 2-week holiday, and then it came back to the heat, the humidity, and some of the worst cramps I've ever seen. But they make us of tough stuff there in Ireland, particularly our sportsmen, our rugby team, #1 in the world, our boxers, some of the best in the world, and our cricketers. I know it's a very small community, we punch above our weight, so really have to say very proud of the boys yesterday.
Yeah, certainly. Haven't they put up a good show till now? Looking forward to the second day. Following the scores, it was so good to see Andrew Balboni with the runs, Paul Sterling. It's an amazing batting effort till now. Would love to see they get a win with Sri Lanka, hopefully. You never know.
Look, I think that'll be too big an ask. You know, Sri Lanka's record at goal is extraordinary, really. And this one goes a long way into the air. This could be a chance. Two fielders come together. Put down. It's a dolly, it has to be said. Parvinder Kumar. 9 times out of 10, you got to take that catch. He called. He did the right thing. He got into position at the last second. He was almost too casual.
Yeah, Manpreet going for that big slog sweep, top edging it. Parvinder made some good ground on his right. Had to run about 10-15 yards. Judged this nicely. Yeah, had his hands up, but just missed it.
I don't think he can blame the man coming in. He clearly left it to him. Yassine Patel, unhappy, understandably. End of the over. It's 69 for 2. And it's going to be time for a drink. Back with you with all the action in about 5 minutes' time. Singapore off to a pretty good start. Here's the 5 bowlers used so far. Easily could have been a 4th wicket for, a 3rd wicket for Kuwait. And this is the moment, I have to say, that should have been taken. And Syed Manib did nothing wrong. He heard the call and he got out of the way. It wasn't like he engaged with Parvinder Kumar, and I think it was a bit lax. It was a little complacent, Sharad.
Yeah, probably a technical fault there as well. He didn't lock his fingers. Ball just went through the hands. Probably you can say Munib had a better chance to get under that ball coming straight in a straighter angle. It's never easy probably to go run a bit backwards or sideways. It's always a difficult angle to judge that ball that's gone high up.
Very nicely driven, confidently played by Singh. He's had a good tournament, one of the few Singapore players to do so. Yeah, big shout out as well to Mark Chapman, of course, who played in the precursor to this event for Hong Kong in his former days as a Hong Kong youngster. Represented them very well, but for New Zealand yesterday in Rawalpindi, well, in fact, throughout the entire series, he was quite simply incredible. I've been surprised New Zealand haven't played him more since he's come into the national setup. He's been in and out of the team, but I suppose that's the depth and the strength of the Kiwis, the Black Caps of late. 290 runs at a strike rate of 165 in the series for Chapman. And one of the things I love about the emerging game or the associate game or whatever way you want to describe it is that very much whenever one of our own does well, so I'd consider Mark Chapman an associate cricketer. I know he's playing for New Zealand now. I think it fills us all with a sense of pride. When Ireland do well, I know they're not edged and put down. And that one is a dolly. By my count, that is the 3rd drop of the day. That has to be taken. Regulation catch.
Having a tough day in the field, Kuwaiti fielders. You see nicely bowled there. Nice bit of flight, turned away. Had his hands in place, but maybe jabbed at it a bit too early. That's the easy one gone down.
You have to feel for Shiraz Khan because it's the perfect delivery. It's drifted in. It's pitched probably about maybe just outside the off stump or 4th stump line. It's drew him into the drive, and that's why you have your slip in place. Spoke about this on air. I'm not sure if it was with you, Sharad, or Paresh. As a leg spinner, you've got 3 key fielding positions. First slip, mid-wicket, extra cover. They have to be your best fielders. That's regulation. They do not come any easier at first slip. And you have to catch that. It's like catching practice. And that's 2 simple catches gone down from Kuwait. Their fielding let them down on this ground against the UAE. They dropped 7 catches, 16 overs in. They've already put down 3. And he's got him. A feather of an outside edge. The drop doesn't cost much. He gets a slap on the bum from Shiraz, who's so frustrated. But what an over. Beats the outside edge twice, finds the outside edge twice, and he gets the big wicket.
Look at that ball. Getting some turn. Is that an edge? That looks like that has hit the ground. Disappointed call. He doesn't look happy. Goes for 45. A well played innings. Singapore are 70-3.
Relax, boys. Relax, boys. The tight guys.
Aryan Modi to the crease at number 5. Brilliant over. It was a wicket maiden from Shiraz Khan. He caused all sorts of problems with turn and bounce and accuracy. Leg spin of the highest quality. I think he's a wonderful bowler, as is this man, Yasin Patel. 2 star spinners stick in Mohammad Aslam, and that's a trio of very good tweakers for Kuwait. Now, he should have had the wicket of call anyway. Regulation, simple chance put down at first slip, but this decision where he's been given out caught behind, I have to say, we got to look at it during the ad break there. It looked to me as though there was a bit of a gap. Did he hit the ground, do you reckon, Sharad?
Yeah, it seems like that, because as you can see, when he got beaten, he was not even looking to the umpire call. See there in the replay, that's a difficult angle to judge. You could see the bowler first slip and keeper going up straight away.
There was definitely a noise, but was the noise the bat hitting the turf, which we saw on the side angle? Tough for an umpire, isn't it? So much to take in at that moment of impact. One thing's for certain, he deserved a wicket, but that wicket really should have been taken at first slip. As Patel continues about his work. For Kuwait from here, it's not just about the 2 points today, is it? They want to get that net run rate back towards parity. I'm not sure this angle is going to show us either. Well, is there a gap? Even the appeal from the bowler looked like an afterthought to me.
Yep. Must be disappointed call. Yeah, that's how the game goes. It's human errors will always be there. No DRS here, no ultra edge to get that reviewed. Oh, he's getting some purchase. Yasin is bowling well. The 6th over. It's the 18th done. Singapore are 71 for 3.
Fast, Midu. Come on, boys. Come on, boys. Legend, guys. Come on, guys. Hey, Paddy. Hey, Clinto. Tu walk there, na Bilal. Come on, Sido. One more again, Sido.
So Shiraz to continue. I have to say the quality of spin bowling in general throughout this tournament has been very, very high. The spin bowling, the batting has really impressed. Some of the seam bowling as well, but I think that would be of the I think of the 3, if we look at seam bowling, spin bowling and batting, I'd certainly place the seam bowling in the 3rd place of those 3. But the spin bowling, wrist and orthodox spin has been very high quality, and the batting excellent on good surfaces.
Absolutely. Definitely some good skills on show in this tournament. Oh, you can see there probably the bat kissing the turf. Looks to have missed that completely. Call. Tough one for the umpire as well. Shiraz getting some good turn in this wicket. Probably because of the moisture in the wicket, Andrew?
Yeah, not so sure the moisture, Sharad. More likely the 4th use of this surface. So they've moved down the pitches. I think the reason for that is they'll try and save the middlemost of the 3 wickets that they're using for the key matches, to make sure there's not a big disparity between the boundary boundary sizes. On the leg side today, it's quite short. Again, a really good over and well fielded off his own bowling. Shiraz Khan, you've got magic in those wrists. 3 overs, 1 for 3. It's 72 for 3 after 19. Gorgeous scenes in and around Kathmandu. We're in Kurdapur here, up in the foothills of the Chobar Hills. So a few of the, I think it was the UAE team as well as the Oman team, get up to Chandragiri Hills a couple of days over the last few days and take in a few of the sights. That's a place where if you get a clear sky, Sharad, you can really see the whole valley in its impressive surroundings.
It's a lovely place to go. Very nearby to our place. Just around a few kilometers from here. 20 minutes drive. Good to go in that cable car up there. Breathe that fresh air. How many times have you been up there, Andrew?
I think just the once, but I was so lucky the day we did go up, because it was during that first return to associate cricket in 2021 where the lockdown was still there or thereabouts. So we went up and we were treated to the most incredible spectacle because it was perfectly clear. Almost all of the air pollution, the smog in the city disappeared during the lockdowns. One of the few nice things to see, and we could literally reach out and see Everest, and it didn't look like a mountain, it looked like a cloud. It was so high up in the sky, and you could just see all the way around 360 degrees Himalayas, and it is the most incredible place. It really is here. I know they talk about Pokhara being even more beautiful, but for me, I love it here in Kathmandu. Just if they could get that valley to be a bit cleaner, the air in particular, it'd be so beautiful. 20 bowled, we'll come back to that. It's 73 for 3. Gorgeous scenes provided by the drone, sponsored by the team at Dafa News as always, and our thanks to all of the commercial partners who've come on board to make this tournament such a success. It really has been, and I'm just hoping and praying, Sharad, that yesterday was a one-off blip. No more rain will have any impact, particularly on the key games, the semi-finals and final. We do have a reserve day for the final, which is good to see, but the semis we don't, and the last thing we want is for the rain to kick in. Still no toss-up in the other game, Malaysia-Qatar, and the bad news is Ireland have lost an early wicket. Lorcan Tucker out in the first over, but I think I'll just not look at Cricinfo the rest of the day in goal. I'll let that be. Shiraz Khan bowling really nicely here. Where else would you recommend to maybe some of our foreign fans watching in? Where would you visit if you came to Nepal?
Well, there are a lot of places. I mean, you can see a lot of tourists in this season. Except Pokhara, there could be Arara Lake. That's the western part of Nepal. Oh, that's taken. Juggled it in the first flip. But Modi's gone. Shiraz getting another one.
Only just. He's nearly dropped another. Oh, I think they might need to look at their slip fielding, because already 2 have gone down, and this should have been taken more comfortably. It really should have. Shiraz is on fire here. Another beauty. Regulation, juggled and held. Dear, oh dear, what is going on with the catching from Kuwait? 7 in their first game here. This really was actually dropped. He's ended up catching it in his belly. Shiraz Khan is on fire. This is a sensational spell. Modi, not good enough. He's gone for an 8-ball duck. It's 74 for 4. Well, Kuwait have found 4 wickets, and that's with 3 if not 4 drop catches today. Vinath Bhaskaran to the crease. He's in at number 6. I think they've probably promoted him in up the order because of the impact that the the leg spinner is having. So get a left-hander in to try and counteract that sharp turn that the leggie's getting away from the right-handers. It's an inspired spell of bowling. It's leg spin at its very best. It's really high quality. He's landing them so consistently, isn't he, Sharad? Shiraz Khan, a name to watch.
Yeah, he's looking in good rhythm. Would love to see a googly out from him. As the left-hander comes into the crease. Vinod had a good outing in the last game, had a decent partnership with Manpreet. Looked to make a good contribution with his bat.
End of another wicket taking over. Shiraz Khan, he's on fire. He's got 2 for 4. It's 74 for 4. Wickets falling and falling quite rapidly. Going to get a single thanks to the overthrow. Probably didn't need to throw at the cover fielder. I don't think a run out was a realistic chance. With the game situation and Kuwait wanting not just a win but a big win, would you like to see a slip in place for Yasin Patel? It's been very economical.
Absolutely. No point saving runs at the moment. They need to attack and get that 5th wicket for them. The sooner they get Singapore all out for, the better for them. At least they'll have a slight chance. They get this win under their belt. You can see the captain walking up to Yasin. Looking good, Yasin. In his 8th over already, just given away 17.
I really like the way he's not afraid to toss it up, flight the ball, and then vary his pace, start it in. But even to the left-hander here, I know he's turning the ball in, because he can skid Somani balls, a good arm ball, get a slip in. Baskaran's not even off the mark yet. You've got them 4 down. And this is a captain, Aslam, who's not afraid to be attacking. We've seen silly points, we've seen short legs. I don't understand the lack of a slip here.
You could see the captain getting a wicket in the first slip area earlier. That's a quick single taken comfortably. Vinod gets off the mark.
And for Singapore, that dismissal of Cole, it's just completely stemmed and sucked any life out of this innings in terms of momentum and consistent scoring. And that one speared in and worked into the leg side for a single. Singh has shown us that he can hit big, but he's only striking at 50 exactly, 20 off 40 right now. And Singapore are just really shy of confidence. End of the 22nd. It's 77 for 4.
Come on, Sira.
About 3.5 and over right now. Singapore are going. We just had another quick switch in the commentary box. A bit of fond farewell to Sharad Vasakar and a warm welcome to Paresh Lahani. Paresh, this leg spinner, Shiraz Khan, he's been outstanding.
Yes, he's been outstanding, taking 2 wickets and 4 drop catches for Kuwait. The last slip catch was very well bowled. The ball coming in the angle, getting the outside edge, the ball running down to the boundary. A much needed boundary for Manpreet and Singapore.
I was just about to say, would you get a second slip in? And that's almost exactly where the ball would have gone. It really is an opportunity. He's been that consistent that I don't think the man at 45 around the corner is serving much of a purpose. We haven't seen Singapore take a single sweep shot on. And I would be looking to bowl out Singapore here. I'd be going on the attack. And sometimes as a spinner yourself, you've got to do that to your captain. You've got to say, get me a second slip in. I want him in there now. You know when it's coming out of your hand right. Shiraz has yet to bowl a bad ball. It's been sensational. And every batter who's faced him hasn't known what to do. Just slightly over pitch that time. And the square drive should yield a boundary. Good shot. Just the width that was on offer was the issue there. And Manpreet Singh gets things moving.
Yeah, Manpreet just opened his face off the bat to get the boundary behind square. The sweeper cover had no chance to cut that off. Back-to-back boundaries for Manpreet and Singapore. A good over after a couple of tidy overs from Kuwait.
Yeah, the first one was unfortunate. Could have been a dismissal if a second slip was in place. That was just a bit too full, a bit too wide. Back on the money this time. Haven't seen a googly from him. They've all been leg breaks, but you don't necessarily need a googly. Even just the threat of a bit of natural variation, one that skids on, or if you can get one that comes a little bit out of the front of the hand. But he's sticking to that stock delivery. Oh yes indeed. You don't need a wrong un when you get an occasional leg break that only straightens rather than turns sharply. Shiraz Khan is putting on a clinic of leg spin bowling here. That Lamachani, it's quicker through the air, or Rashid Khan to be proud of. That is as plumb as they come. Very much salmon trout out.
Yes, the umpire was very quick to give that out. Manpreet, after steady innings, has to go 4:28, Singapore 86 for 5.
Come on, guys. Come on, guys. Come on, boys. थोड़ा effort करना है, boys. थोड़ा effort करना है, boys. Only for 5 wicket, guys.
Surendran Chandramohan to the crease. He's in at number 7, one down from his allocated slot. I think that's because Bhaskaran was moved up to counteract the leg spinner, who was changing the game, turning the game, and swaying it heavily in Kuwait's favour. Quite sensational spell of leg spin bowling this. That's pitched on middle, hit him in front of middle, and as easy as they come for the umpire. Maybe height the only issue from that angle.
Well, he's on the back foot. A very easy decision for the umpire. Like before. Starts on the money.
We've seen a lot of batters win the Player of the Match award. Shiraz Khan, he's got 5 overs more after this to get a 5-wicket haul. Surely he's going to be in the mix if he can do that.
That was very well bowled. Successful over for Siraj. 23 gone, Singapore 86 for 5. Half the side, back in the hut. Not even the halfway stage in 23 overs. And now Kuwait, they should go for the kill. I would love to see a slip there because Aslam, the captain, he bowls very sidearm, bowls quicker through the air.
3 really good spinners and 3 very different spinners, aren't they? Paresh, if we look at them, the round arm, left arm spin of Mohammad Aslam, the captain, comes very wide of the crease, particularly to the right-handers. He'll generally skid it on, he'll turn the occasional one. Then you've got more conventional, more orthodox left arm spin from Yasin Patel. Where is the slip? I know that would have gone wide. It probably would have run away for 4 anyway, but the field is wrong. And it's a bit of a free boundary as Meet Bavsar ends up collapsing in a heap trying to cut it off.
Yeah, after taking 5 wickets off the side, you should attack. There must be a slip there. I think there will be a slip fielder there coming too. A good attacking field by Aslam. The slip fielder should have been there on the start of the over. Nevertheless, they say never too late. Very well bowled.
Yeah, and he's turning the ball in, but he's got a very wide slip. I think that slip should be finer. There's too big a gap there for me. There's every chance you get a nick, a fine nick. It'll go between the keeper and slip there. Yeah, but you combine these 2 left arm spinners alongside the leg spinner, and that's as good a spin attack as we've seen in the tournament, one to rival Nepal's and UAE's. Yes, the batting has been a bit up and down at points, and the fielding, I have to say, for Kuwait is a problem. It's a big problem. The catching has been shocking. They have a good team, a good attack.
7 catches gone down playing against UAE, and not even the halfway stage. 4 catches has gone down in this innings against Singapore. I would love to see a second slip there for Aslam and for the leg spinner as well, to the right-hander. Nicely bowled to end the over. 24 gone, Singapore 91 for 4. Beg your pardon, 5.
Leg spinner to continue. Round the wicket now. He's bowled only leg breaks, not a single googly. But he shows that as a young leg spinner, as a young boy or girl, if you're watching on, biggest thing I could recommend to you as a wrist spinner, master your art in terms of your stock ball. Look at Shiraz Khan, he's just twirling away leg break after leg break. Yes, you're going to naturally want to add a googly, a top spinner, maybe even a flipper if you can strengthen your shoulder enough, or just get a leg break that comes a little bit at the front, skids on. But master your stock delivery. It's a very difficult art, and bowl as many overs as you can. If you can get a keeper to go down there for you, all the better. If you can't, get a bag of balls, get a large handkerchief, and try and land 5 out of 6 in the same spot. If you're landing 5 out of 6 as a leg spinner, at a good line, a good length, and you turn the ball, you are a real asset to any captain.
Yes, he has a couple of variations with the leg spin, slower through the air and quicker through the air. Like you said, Lenny, if he has that stock delivery of a flipper or a top spinner, that would come very handy to him. In the meanwhile, he's just mixing the pace of the leg spin, slower through the air and quicker through the air. That is why he took the last wicket, quicker through the air. Oh, very well bowled, beating outside the off stump.
The other thing I want to talk about is his line. He's been immaculate with his line, with one exception when he went down the leg side. Now that's probably pitched on a fifth stump. It's not pitched on off stump. So you as a leg spinner, particularly when you're turning it like him, you might think, oh, I need to pitch it on leg stump. Not at all. That's the wrong line there, but it's rarity. He's been very good. Bowl it on off stump or just outside, turn it away, and watch the batsmen lose their minds and get themselves in trouble. Halfway through the first innings, it's 92 for 5. So the halfway stage of the first innings, we're game day 8, we're match number 15. 7 was a complete washout. Cut away straight to the man. The good news is we are into action here. Still no sign of it starting up in Mulpani, but that game is a dead rubber, sadly, for both teams. Both Qatar and Malaysia eliminated, as Singapore are. So from the initial starting 10 who came here with dreams, we're down to 7, and only 4 of those can make the semi-finals. If Kuwait could get a big win today, would you fancy their chances against Hong Kong?
Yes, definitely. With the win, they'll be very confident. That's very well bowled, slow through the air. The ball turning in that occasion. He's bowling a bit slower to the air, to the left-hander. Very smart bowling by Aslam. Very economical. He has taken a wicket already. Yeah, talking about Kuwait's win. If they win today, they'll be very confident playing against Hong Kong, the last match in the group stages. He's going to bowl a quick delivery, I think. Yes, a bit quicker than the left-hander.
Yeah, if we look forward to the last 2 days, so Wednesday and Thursday's action, going to be critical at deciding the 4 semi-finalists. And all of those games will have a lot on them. Even Nepal, were they to lose to Qatar, they'll probably finish second in their group, which they won't want to do. So lots to be played for, huge amount. In fact, as we get to the end of that over, it's 94 for 5.
Come on, boys. Quick pass, 10 boys. Tasla. Dani. इसको सिराज को अंदर जाके यासिन को बालो ले अंदर ही है फिलहाल ए इधर हो दाने एक पीछे लेना है हां वो ले ले सीधा जा पीछे ए थोड़ा इधर आ जा इसका बॉल इतना फास्ट नहीं है दाने देख ले दोनों सही है बॉलिंग
Now this for me, I have to say, I do not understand. Shiraz Khan has been sensational. And I know as a leg spinner, you could not get the ball out of my hand when I was bowling well. I was taken off plenty when I started poorly. But you couldn't take me out of the game if I was bowling well. One leg spinner replaces another. Adnan Idris, he does bowl a few off breaks too. Starts with a really good leg break. But why oh why, with Bilal Khan having picked up already 3 wickets, would you take him off and bring on a part-timer who's dispatched to the deep? Lunacy. What is Mohammad Aslam thinking?
Yes, he could have just bowled out the leg spinner. This is a very long hop. Nicely dealt by the batter there, down to mid-wicket region for 4 runs. A freebie, I must say, by Idris.
Come on, Danny. Come on, Danny.
You turn to your part-time leg spinner when you're in trouble, when you need a wicket. Kuwait don't need a wicket right now. They're on top of the game. They're completely controlling the match. And it just releases pressure. Yes, it could well bring about a wicket. He looks like he turns the ball as well, so he'll create chances. But with Khan in the rhythm that he had, I have to say, as a leg spinner myself, if the captain took me off there, I would not have been able to understand it. I know he bowls a few off breaks, Adnan Idris as well, so he'll enable the off breaks to the left-hander. But it's almost like saying to Shiraz Khan, we don't trust you to bowl to the left-hander because you only bowl leg breaks. It's the opposite of a vote of confidence, and it's a really strange decision for me. One, I have to say, I don't agree with Paresh.
Yes, he's been bowling very well to the left-hander as well, Siraj. That's very surprising to see a part-time leg spinner brought into the attack, replacing the regular leg spinner. At the end of 27, Singapore 99 for 5.
Come on, boys. Come on, boys.
So Singapore need to find something here. We've already lost 5 wickets. We have seen their lower middle order fight pretty hard. Bhaskaran and Chandra Mohan, you know, he's at the crease now. And Rangarajan, who's not in the team today. The issue though is that there's not a huge amount of penetration in that Singapore bowling attack. So even were they to, let's say, double up their score from 30 overs and get up to something like 220, can you see that being enough?
No, I don't see that being enough. It's very straight. Yeah, given the 6th wicket down for Singapore. Like you said, Lenny, can they get to 220? That seems very far away from now on. Surendran trapped right in front. It was the arm ball. It was hitting the off stump. A good decision by the umpire.
Yeah, I think a pretty simple decision. He's very, very consistent. Aslam again, bounce maybe, height just the one issue. It was straight enough, it impacted in line, and there was a nod of the head from the umpire before the finger went up. Surendran Chandramohan's LBW for 6. It's 99 for 6.
Come on, boys.
Singapore has been rocked back to the back foot by the Kuwaiti spinners. Tilipan is the new batsman, the right-hander. Overpitched. Good fielding there.
Outstanding stop. Kuwait's catching has been shocking, being frank. But they're certainly still putting in a shift, putting in full effort. And look at this. This is probably 4 runs saved. I think it's Shiraz Khan, is it? Get a look at who it is. And one good thing about Tilipan Omardarai coming to the crease is the 100 is brought up. He will have a go. He's got the potential to clear the ropes and hit boundaries. 28 bowled, 100 up for 6 wickets.
Come on, boys.
It reached to continue. 5 runs given by him in the first over. But there's a slip. I still cannot understand why. A jolly full toss. But hit it all along the ground by Tilipan for a single.
Come on, boys.
Yeah, Shiraz doing a very good job taking 3 wickets for his team and very economical as well. Why would you break the rhythm of your leg spinner?
He's bowled 6 overs, 3 for 14. Thuds into the pad. What do we know? Says the captain. That's why he's on. He wanted the off spin of Idris to the left-hander. Bhaskaran trapped right in front. This is an easy decision. It's going to go on and cannon into middle stump. Singapore, being frank, they've been nowhere all tournament. They're nowhere again today. They've lost their 7th, and they're in big danger now of being bowled out.
Yes, that was another simple decision for the umpire. Trapped in front. That was an off spinner which didn't turn went with the arm. A big appeal by the keeper and the bowler. Bhaskaran has to depart for 8. Playing 22 deliveries, just a 4 for his aim. The strike rate 36. Singapore 101 for 7.
Come on, boys. Come on, boys. अंदर है वो तो मिलो रहने दे ये करने कर दे
Advitya is the new batsman in at number 9. Adnan Idris, his first wicket of this match.
Yeah, and the youngster, just 17 years of age, Aditya Bhargava, has bowled really well, but he's going to need to bat well, because if he doesn't, there is not going to be much within the runs counter for Singapore to defend. I have to say they've been so disappointing this tournament, Singapore. Leg break goes past the outside edge, half an appeal. You think of the progress Singapore have made in recent times and how effective, particularly how effective a T20 team they've been. Definitely have beaten Nepal several times, but they are getting some heavy defeats here in this tournament. It's been a tournament to forget for them.
Yes, very disappointing by Singapore. They used to have good players for them. Even the couple of players are not here because of university commitments. Good attacking field. 2 slips, a short gully, short extra. And look at what wicket does to a part-time bowler. He's bowling a very good leg spinners to the right-hander.
Still think if I'm Shiraz Khan, I'm pacing in the outfield, I'm fuming. I want my 5-wicket haul. I've got 4 overs to do it and I'm not being given the ball. Yeah, credit to Idris. He's found the breakthrough with that off break to the left-hander, but get your primary leg spinner back in the game. He's been the pick of the bowlers for me.
Yes, Siraj Khan has been the pick of the bowlers for Kuwait today. There's still a slipper, but the attacking field has gone. It was on the legs. Nicely driven down the ground. 30 gone. Singapore 103 for 7.
Come on, boys. Not finish game, boys. Not finish game, boys. Quick, fast. Disco. Come on, Islam bhai. Come on, Islam bhai.
Aslam is going to continue. Again, right on the money. This is his 8th over. 2 for 15.
Yeah, look at the way the wickets have tumbled. You just saw it there moments ago.
Come on, Islam bhai. Oi, oi, oi. Wall ball. Shabash.
And Singapore, they're going to want to get that plane back to their capital city and just write this 10 days off, to be honest. Because there is very little, I really think, for them to take. Maybe just Aditya Bhargava's 4 wickets, the fight from Manpreet Singh and Vinath Bhaskaran's bowling. Outside of that, I can't really think of a lot.
Yes, very disappointing by the Singapore players. Apart from Call today, who played a good knock-off 44. This was straight, a shake of the head by the umpire. A very simple decision. 8 wicket down for Singapore.
I don't know about a simple decision, Paresh. I think this one's flirting with the leg stump. Probably just going to go on and hit the top of leg. The reason why he's gone so deep in his crease. Look at how wide he is, though. I think if I was the batter, I'd be saying, is that not going to miss leg? But the finger's gone up again, and Singapore, nothing going their way. It's the youngster that's got to go now as the captain. He has another. He's trapped Bhargava for 1. Singapore, 104 for 8.
Come on, boys. Have finish nahi hua hai, boys. Finish karna hai. Come on, guys. Come from that way. Adnan, wait.
8 wickets down for Singapore, under 30 overs. A very disappointing performance by the Singapore batters. A good decision by the Kuwaiti captain, winning the toss and electing to field first.
And Paresh, if they could get these 2 wickets quickly, I think we could be in for fireworks, because Kuwait are going to want a big net run rate boost. They're going to want to chase down the whatever it is, 110, 120, 130 in a hurry. Wickets don't matter with net run rate, remember. But every ball that you save, every over, really helps. That's flat through the air. Great camera angle, that one. Aslam all over Puri. 30 overs bowled. I will leave you for the moment over to Shard Vasakar, who will be joined alongside Paresh Lahani. It's 104 for 8.
Yashin Patel brought back into the attack to finish things off here for Kuwait. Getting that inside edge to his boot. Singapore in all sorts of trouble, losing 8 wickets just for 104 runs. And I'd like to invite Sharad Viswakar again in the commentary box.
Thank you, Paresh. Singapore in all sorts of trouble. 8 down already. Still 20 overs to go. Thilapan had a good outing in the last game. Sweeps that strongly. Backward of square. Runs away to the boundary.
Yeah, took that down the full. Nicely swept away. Behind square for a boundary. Much needed boundary for Singapore. Look at that. It was actually hit in front of square. Nice connection by the batter there. Thilapan. Just wants to get over the game. Just putting his leg forward just to disrupt the bowler's line and length.
And a quick update from the other ground, Mulpani. The Group A game between Malaysia and Qatar. There's an inspection in place in 11:30. Still around 25 minutes to go. Hope that game gets going as well. You can see 2 slips in place by the captain Aslam. Doing a good job giving that extra attacking option to Yasin. Good thinking by the captain.
Yeah, there's a short point in the catching position as well. Nicely bowled. It was an armour ball going into the right hander. 31 done. Singapore 109 for 8. Mohammad Aslam, the captain, with his 9th over of the innings and the 32nd. Paddled down around the corner. The ball rolling towards the boundary for 4 runs. A good boundary, good batting by Thilapan here. Aslam in his 9th over, 3 for 20 his figures so far. Look at this again, paddled it around the corner. A good result.
A very effective shot. Aslam bowling with that wide angle and Thilapan using that angle for his advantage. He's moving on, Thilapan, getting those important runs for his team. Slight adjustment in the field.
Getting the leading edge. Simple Return catch to Aslam, the captain, takes his fourth. 9 down, Singapore now. Just 113 on the board. Just to remind you that there are 17 fours scored by Singapore and a 6. I think they are looking for a no ball or something. The umpires are going upstairs to the TV umpire. It was a leading edge. A simple dolly catch. A return catch to Aslam. Takes his fourth. I don't know why the umpires have called to the TV umpire just to check the no ball, I think. It can be the back foot no ball. He went very far away off the stumps. The front foot is fine. I think it is checked for the back foot. Yeah, that's fine. Front foot is very fine. Some part of the boot is behind the line, and easy decision for the TV umpire as well.
Yeah, probably just trying to play across the line. Got a bit of turn. Thilapan goes for 13. Singapore are 113 for 9.
Aslam bhai. Next come. Mid. Asif. Right कर से रे. ले थोड़ा पाँच पीछे से आ.
Ramesh Kalimuttu is the new man in. His best in this series is 18. A strike rate is good, 125. The last wicket for Singapore. Oh, lined it up for a big one, but smart bowling by Aslam. Just slow through the air. A very comical batting there by Kalimuttu.
He does have a big backlift, it seems. Stopped it in the last moment there, Kalimatu. Aslam making a slight change in the field. Long on, long off back. Extra protection given in the leg side. Short leg and all three fielders in the deep. There he goes, a big one, and it's given. Aslam takes a fiver, leads from the front. Captain Aslam sliding that a bit, and Singapore are all out for 113.
Yeah, very good bowling performance by Kuwait. Winning the toss and electing to field first has justified the decision to bowl first. The captain himself taking 5 for 20 in 8.4 overs. Look at this. I think that got the toe of the bat. A simple catch to the keeper. Yes, I think it got the bottom of the bat. Singapore bundled out for 113. Very disappointing again from Singapore. Kalimuttu gone for a knot, playing 2 balls. No fours, no sixes, no strike rate. Look at the Kuwaiti pavilion, very happy. If they can chase this, let's say, under 20 overs, they can do their net run rate a world of good. They'll be challenging Hong Kong and UAE in this group to get that the top 2 spots to qualify for the semi-finals. And look at the batting highlights here. Nothing much to watch apart from Cole's innings, and that was the wicket. Good bowling by Aslam. These shots was pretty good to see by Cole outside the off stump. Short ball. He punished that to perfection. We can see some short balls cut away. That was a long hop by Yasin Patel. These shots are very pleasing to the eyes. Right on top of the bounce. Look at this again, square drive in front of square. Beautiful shots played by Cole in the start of the innings, and this was a smart catch. Yet another square cut played by Cole. He was the pick of the batsman for me. 44 runs, the highest individual run in this innings for Singapore. This was I think the ball hit the turf, but you never know. You can see it from here. This was a juggle by the slip field. Edge taken down to the third man for a boundary. Mind you, 4 catches were dropped by Kuwait. If they've taken those 4 catches, I think Singapore would have been bundled out under 100. A good clean decision by the umpire. Yet another top edge down, running down to third man for a boundary. Look at the field, a very good effort by him. This was a long hop by Yashin Patel. This was dead in straight. Easy decision for the umpire. This one also, look at the umpire. A good decision. LBW. That was an inside edge by Kalimatu. He played 1 or 2 good shots, sweeping the ball on the full in front of square. This was also given LBW, a shake of the head by the umpire. This was the shot I was talking about. He took it on the full in front of square. Another paddle around the corner for boundary. Overall, a disappointing effort by Singapore. This was at the leading edge. A simple catch to the captain, Mohammad Aslam. Singapore bundled out for 113 runs inside 35 overs. Look at the batting card. Very sorry looking batting card apart from Kaul and Manpreet. Only 3 batsmen moving into double figures. You can see the Kathmandu city behind the scene. Yashin 9 overs, 24 runs and a wicket. Ilyas 3 overs, 29. Aslam, the pick of the bowlers, 8.4 overs, 2 maidens, 20 for 5. And Monib 3 overs, 1 maiden, 16 for no wicket. Shiraz, another pick of the bowlers, 6 overs, only 14 runs given and 3 wickets. Idris 2 overs, 8 runs and a wicket. And look at the wicket to fall: 18, 50, 70, 74, 86, 99, 101, 104, and 2 wickets on 113. Only 6 extras, 2 no balls in that. Kuwait need just 114 runs to win from 50 overs. We'll be back after half an hour or so with the chase. Stay tuned. Welcome back after the innings break. Good afternoon to all. Kuwait taking on Singapore. Singapore were bowled out for just 113 runs in the first innings. You're watching live from the TU International Cricket Ground. What a scene from our drone. You can see the Kathmandu city. Look at the target again. Kuwait need 114 runs to win from 50 overs. A very disappointing batting display by Singapore. The two umpires are in the center, and there's a good news from Mulpani Cricket Ground. The match will take place at 12:15 p.m. The maximum overs per side will be 35 overs. A good news from the Mulpani Cricket Ground. And look at this scorecard of Singapore. Only 3 batsmen reaching the double figures. The Kuwaiti batters are entering the ground. A very small target for them, just 114 runs. I think they'll go guns blazing from the start. If they do so, if they can finish the game under 20 overs, the net run rate will be good for Kuwait, and they'll still have a chance to finish up at top 2 in the group. Beautiful scenes by our drone, and wonderful TU International Cricket Ground surrounded by Chobar Hills in behind your scene. It's very clear today. You can see the hills very clearly. Blue sky, a patch of white clouds, sunny day, sunny morning. It's not even 12 o'clock, not even in the afternoon, and second innings has been started here in the TU International Cricket Ground. The two openers for Kuwait, Adnan Idris. He's on the striker's end, and Ravija Sundaruwan, the Sri Lankan origin, is on the non-striker's end. (11:56). That is what the umpire said for the second innings start. Still 3 minutes to go. I would like to invite my co-commentator Sharad Vesakwe. It's still good morning, Sharad.
Yeah, seems like it's still 5 minutes to go to hit that 12 p.m. mark. Yeah, would be a interesting chase, this one, for Kuwait. They would surely look to up that run rate that's hovering around the -2 mark, Parish.
Yeah, I think that will be the coach's instructions for the opening batters and the captains. Just go there, have fun, score runs at will, dominate the bowling attack of Singapore. If they can chase this under 15 overs, the net run rate will be a very good one for Kuwait. Vinod Bhaskaran is going to start the proceedings for Singapore from the pavilion end. A medium pacer. Idris, 2 matches, 56 total runs that he's scored in this series so far. There's a slip. Short third, point, short extra, mid off, mid wicket. The fine leg is inside the circle at 45. There's a deep square leg and long on. Don't be surprised if the Kuwaiti batters go after the bowling. A left arm orthodox. His best is 2 for 32. Has taken 4 wickets in 3 matches. This is his 4th and the last match of the group stages for Singapore. Economy rate for him is good, under 5 runs per over. As a spinner, you can take that any time in a 50-over match.
Yeah, he's been impressive for Singapore in the games he has played so far. Starting on the spot, Bhaskaran.
Yeah, starting off right on the money. Vinod, this is the 8th day and the 15th game of the ACC Men's Premier Cup 2023. The road to Asia Cup. Whichever team wins this tournament will qualify for the Asia Cup. They'll be in the group of India and Pakistan, the big boys of the Test nation. What an achievement for the team that qualifies for the Asia Cup. And the first, second and third would qualify for the emerging Asia Cup that is being played amongst the A teams of the Test sides.
Yeah, lots to play for there. That's played away in the final leg. No runs taken. And a quick update from the Mulpani ground. So the game is going to start at 12:15 between Malaysia and Qatar, reduced to 35 overs per side. Good to have the game going in Mulpani, Paresh.
Yeah, it's just very good to see that action has been going at Mulpani cricket ground. Yesterday, both the games in TU and Mulpani had been abandoned due to rain. Good to know that the game will start at 12:15 at Mulpani. Nice bowling here by Vinod. Only a single. Kuwait off the mark.
Yeah, credit should be given to the curators and groundsmen there to making that ground playable today after big rain yesterday.
Starts off with the maiden with 1 run. Kuwait 1 for no loss. Advitya will start the proceedings from the Chobar end with the second new ball. Kuwait 1 for no loss in the first over. Good first over by Vinod. And look at his 2 matches played, 2 matches, taken 4 wickets. 4 for 85, his best, a bit expensive, but has taken 4 wickets.
Yeah, good to see a good young bowler in the Singaporean side. Has picked up 4 wickets. Starts off well. Just back of the length. Tight line.
And the Kuwaiti batters just feeling for the pace of the wicket. After they get the pace of the wicket, I definitely think they'll go after the bowling. They want to win this game as quick as possible to get their net run rate high. In the positive side, it's in the negative side at the moment. There's a slip, a backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and short 5 inside the 30-yard circle. Oh, that was way outside the off stump. He tried to play an uppercut, just pulled out of it. Idris.
The umpires giving the first warning to Advitya. Yeah, just maybe he was just falling over. Have to rightly be out of that 5-meter mark.
The second ball that he bowled, just running to the danger area. First official warning given by the umpire to the bowler. Fishing outside the off, some no foot movement whatsoever.
Yeah, that moved away from the bat. Idris just throwing his bat at that ball. Missed it completely. You can see a deep square leg out. A third man out. Keeping Advitya at back of the length area. Good field to set. Probably expecting the Kuwaiti batters to go after them. Having a square leg down.
Oh, good bouncer by the youngster Advitya. Yeah, talking about Singapore team, Sharad, we've played against them before as well. It was a very strong side. Even Team David played for Singapore earlier. Now he's playing for Australia. A big guy, a big hitter of the ball.
Yes, most certainly. 2019 it was in the qualifiers when Tim David had a ball against us. He just hit his way and he just made sure that we are out of the tournament and we couldn't make it to the qualifiers. After that, he's building up strength to strength. Tim David playing for the Mumbai Indians at the moment, as these two take quick single. Advitya hitting good areas back of the length.
Yeah, talking about playing for the associate and going to play for the big boys. We can see the Chapman playing for Hong Kong. We've played against him as well. Now he plays for New Zealand. A big boost for the youngsters who played for the associate and ended up playing for the Test Nations.
Absolutely, Paresh. Also reminds me of the great England captain Ian Morgan, who played against us in the Under-19 World Cup in 2006 for Ireland. He captained that side and he single-handedly, he was batting. He was one of the most highest run scorers in that Under-19 World Cup. Went to play for England later on. What a cricketer he was.
Nicely pulled away down to backward square. There's a protection there in the boundary line. Yeah, talking about the players playing for associate and ended up playing for the Test side. We can see Dirk Nannis. I'll come back to that after this over. 2 gone, Kuwait 3 for no loss. Vinod is going to continue from the pavilion. And talking about Dirk Nannis, he played for Netherlands and Australia as well. And Van der Merwe from Netherlands, he played very number of times for South Africa as well. And then back to Netherlands.
Yeah, he was one of the highest wicket taker in the South African Franchisee League, Paresh. You might not be surprised to see him back in the South African side again.
Quick single taken through the hands of the short fine 45. Yeah, he's 46 years of age and I still remember. We still remember the catch he took against South Africa in the T20 World Cup and winning that game against South Africa, the Netherlands, and keeping out South Africa from the World Cup. That was very good to see. And associate beating the Test side in the T20 World Cup. Nicely punched down the ground for a single. Talking about above 40 years of age. Van der Merwe 38 already. And we could see two players here in this tournament, 41 and 42 from different countries. James Anderson, more than 40.
It's interesting, Parish, to see players nowadays extending their playing career, playing around 40, 41. Is it because of the fitness trainer having a role to play in the team nowadays?
Yes, strengthening and conditioning, that is all we have. And about just giving away 50 over format or a T20 format and just playing the test. That is why I think James Anderson from England is playing till now. Hit it straight. One bounce to the fielder, living dangerously. 3 overs gone. Kuwait 6 for no loss. Advitya to continue from the Chobar end. Oh, very good delivery. The ball coming in the air and going away after pitching. It's very unplayable. Again, I think he's getting warning there, running into the danger area. Yes, definitely. The second and the third step in the danger area in his follow through. If it is the second official warning, he'll not be allowed to bowl with the spikes. And that is what the umpire is pointing to him, and the captain comes to talk about the situation. Yes, he's definitely coming in front of the stumps in the danger area in his follow through.
Yeah, probably that's the last warning for Advitya. But he's bowling well, isn't he? He would like to continue his spell. Kuwait would rather be happy to get him not bowling in this innings, the way he's bowling at the moment. Hitting danger area for sure.
This is where the bowling coach comes into play, just to tell him that keep away from the danger area in his follow through. Pulled it away in front of square. They're trying to take 2 runs. Takes it comfortably. Sundarwan moves to 5 of 12. Who would have thought that just chasing a mere total of 114, they're 8 for no loss in the 4th over.
Yeah, that's a surprising start for us, to be honest. Wickets are not the key here. The run rate needs to be up there. Probably just having a look these two openers and to not helping the cause that the bowlers are bowling in right areas too. Then Kuwaiti batters need to do something differently for sure. And there you go, the first signs of aggression. And that's out. Neat catch taken there in the third man region. Advitya bowling that same back of the length area, giving no room. Sundaruvaran just top edging it in the third man region.
Yeah, first blood drawn by Singapore here, taking the first wicket of Kuwait, 8 for 1. Sundarwan, look at this, coming down the track, getting that top edge down to third man. A smart catch taken by the fielder there. First breakthrough for Singapore. Right back on the game. Catch taken by Chandramohan. Gone for 5, Ravija. 8 for 1, Kuwait. Usman Ghani Ibrahim is the new batter in at number 3 for Kuwait. Talk about Kuwait's net run rate. It's minus 1.108. They'll want to get that into the positive side. Ibrahim total number of runs is 34, 18 his best. Strike rate is a pretty decent one for 50 overs match, 85. Two slips, attacking field by Singapore captain Datta. Down to the leg side. He's bowling in a very good rhythm, apart from bowling in the danger area. A good run up, a quick run up, runs in steam.
Kuwaiti dugout, pretty calm at the moment. Bowling well, Aditya here.
Bowling that back of the length region. Good bowling to start off with for Singapore. This is the 4th over, just a ball to go in the 4th over. 8 for 1 Kuwait. I wouldn't say in a spot of bother, but a good start for Singapore, taking that early wicket. Just 114 required for a victory for Kuwait. They want their net run rate to be in the positive side.
Although very disappointing batting effort by the Singaporean team, they would be pretty happy they have started with the ball, giving a fight here, the Singaporeans. Kuwait are 8 for 1.
Everyone. Vino, all yours, Vino.
A slow start for Kuwait, just 2 runs per over in 4 overs. Already a wicket down, just chasing a mere total of 114. Vinod is going to continue from the pavilion end. He's taken a wicket already. Oh, he's not the wicket taker. Advitya is the wicket taker. Oh. Nicely bowled, played off the back foot. A good effort by the fielder there. Surely stopped the boundary, but was not able to stop. 2 runs for his team.
Yes, good diving effort there by the cover fielder. Idris punching that off the back foot. Nice effort there by. Good to see Puri throwing his body. Slight changes in the field. The third man fielder comes a bit squarer.
Tried to sweep that, got the pad. Quick single taken. Good running between the wickets and good bowling by Bhaskaran.
Yeah, Vinod firing that in the leg side, the leg stump rather. It's Ibrahim on strike, yet to get off the mark. Has bowled well Bhaskaran in this tournament. He's picked up those wickets for Singapore. Started off well here as well. Very economical bowler, Bhaskaran.
The match in Mulpani, Qatar won the toss and they've elected to bat first. The match will start shortly. A good passage of play here for Singapore, keeping the Kuwaiti batters tight. Hit it.
Strong shot there by Ibrahim through the covers. was pitched up and went for it. Ibrahim, well struck, 4 runs.
Yeah, it was just on the right of the short cover fielder. It was airborne for a while, but got the gap to perfection. Look at the shot again. It was a half volley by Vinod. The first boundary for Ibrahim. Opened his account with that boundary. 5 overs gone, Kuwait 15 for 1. Aditya to continue from the Chobar end. Look at the summary again. Singapore bundle out for 113. 5 wickets for the captain Aslam. 3 wickets for Shiraz. And a wicket for Idris. Idris is still batting there. 5 not out, and Ibrahim opened his account with that flourishing cover drive. Way outside the off stump. Given as a wide. Yeah, it was very wide by the youngster. Now the run needed is in double figures.
Rightly given wide by the umpire. You could see it was out of that wide line marker. Probably trying too much. Aditya just needs to keep that back of the length area around the off stump. The ball is doing the talking for him. There you go. Could see that inside edge that's running down to the fine leg region. And the big boot is out by Ramesh. Shot 2 runs there.
Yes, football skills shown by the fielder there. Just stopping the ball by his boot. Tried for an extravagant drive. Idris got the inside edge, running down to fine leg. Look at that. Good football skills shown by the fielder there. Stopped 2 runs for his team. Hit it on the up, into the gap. A boundary for Idris. Score moves to 22.
Yeah, stand and deliver by Adnan Idris. As you could see, cleared the front leg out. Slightly pissed off there by Aditya, and Idris made sure he goes over the mid-off fielder. 4 more runs for Kuwait, getting a move on now.
A bit of a slow start from Kuwait. They need to get their net run rate in the positive side. It's in the negative side at the moment. Another full frillish drive over backward point. That's a very good shot. It went for a 6.
Yeah, showing good signs of aggression here, Adnan, rightly. That's what's needed for the team. You could see there Adnan just opening the face of the bat, going under the ball, and over it goes to the ropes. Well struck, 6 runs it is.
Yes, that was done very nicely over the backward point fielder. Went all the way. Look at the timing of him. 2 sixes in this match already. 1 from Singapore and the first one for Kuwait. Aditya, something to think about. 10 runs of his 2 balls. Another swing of the bat, getting the inside part of the bat. And the message is clear by the Kuwaiti batters. Just go for it. Get it done as quick as possible to get your net run rate in the positive side.
See the coach there making a few notes Yeah, showing some first signs of intent here, the Kuwaiti side. Probably a bit too late. They could have gone with this intent from the start itself with 10 wickets in hand, with just 100 runs, 113 runs to get. Never too late.
Oh, very well bowled outside the off stump. A good channel there. Two slips waiting for a catch. Good attacking field placed by the captain. Aritra Datta getting a good shape away from the right-hander. And his follow-through is also not going to the danger area.
Yeah, the Singaporean captain probably opting to take wickets. That's the only way he can peck back this Kuwaiti side. Rightly so.
Good channel again by Advitya. 6 overs has been bowled. Kuwait 29 for 1.
नहीं नहीं मुझे अभी उधर चाहिए मुझे अभी उधर चाहिए okay I want you there no Akshay wanted to get something that's why sorry Akshay I need Avi there come on lads no boys anything special in front no bring him there ready for your glasses okay
Well, look at the equation. Only 85 needed of 44 overs. Singapore to win this game, they'll have to get Kuwait all out under 113. They cannot contain and win. Whereas if Kuwait wants to do their net run rate a world of good, they have to attack. A good shot over extra for a boundary. Beautifully done inside out.
Up and over goes Idris. Oh, the 30-yard circle. Slightly pissed off there by Bhaskaran. Makes full use of it, Idris. Aiming that cover area. Making use of that over pitch delivery.
Total in control with that shot. Another, it was kind of a half volley. He could have repeat the dose, but decided to stop that.
This is an interesting battle going on. Bhaskaran, the best Singaporean bowler, and that's almost into the hands, but dropped short of the mid-wicket fielder.
Yeah, that was a good bowling by Vinod, just angling into the right-hander, tried to flick that off his pads. Almost in the hands of mid-wicket. Drop shot.
let's go Vino shabash
Everything happening here for both the teams. Hit it straight to mid-off. He tried to go over extra cover. There's a fielder there, the captain himself there.
2 wickets now come on
Aritra Datta, very close to the bat, let's say 15 yards. Smart bowling by Vinod.
Yeah, he's not giving that length to hit, cramping them for room, bowling into their body. The smart customer Bhaskaran. There you can see, nicely punched down for another run. It's the 7th over done. Kuwait are 35 for 1. So it's the 8th over in progress, and we have a slight change in the commentary box. A happy Andrew Leonard comes back. Happy, I say, because Paul Sterling from Ireland has got his first Test century.
Majestic. Quite simply, one of Ireland's greatest ever. Ed Joyce, very much in that conversation. I wish he had got to play more than the solitary Test match he played for Ireland, coming right at the end of his career at the age of 39. Kevin O'Brien, the only other Irishman to make centuries in all three formats. But for Paul Sterling to complete that today, to get to three figures despite battling what I can only describe as one of the most intense bouts of cramp you would ever witness yesterday. A really magnificent moment. It really is. That puts into the pad. That's pretty close. The head nods and Puri strikes. Well bowled, Akshay Puri. You were hit out of the attack against the UAE and the captain has shown faith in you. He's got you into the game early. And Ibrahim, he really struggled today, didn't he, the keeper batter? I think that's pretty fair. Going to hit leg stump. I love this umpire. He takes his time and like Steve Buckner did, he shakes his head. On your way. Finger goes up.
Very well bowled by Puri. Very impressed by his bowling. Ibrahim, he goes for 5. Kuwait are 35 for 2.
Stay. Hey, Philip, come in. Philip, come in. Adu short time. Adu drop. Come short time.
The youngster, Meet Babsar, to the crease. Kuwait's approach here has been a strange one. Sometimes you can get yourself in a muddle chasing these low totals. It's miles under par, 113 all out on batting wickets where we've seen 300 crossed, we've seen 450 crossed. Yes, this one isn't probably quite as good. There's a good bit of turn on offer and it might be more like a 260 pitch, but it is not a 113 pitch. But Kuwait have just got themselves in a muddle, losing 2 early wickets. Do want to say credit to Singapore. They've shown character, they've shown fight. There's probably some pretty harsh words said at the innings break. And they said we've got one last chance to show people we belong at this level and that we weren't here to make up the numbers. 2 slips into place now. And Puri will really enjoy bowling to the left-hander. And he starts right on the money.
So it's Meet Babsar who comes in. Good player, this guy. Young batter from Kuwait has scored 54 runs against Bahrain in his last game. Yeah, Puri would be looking for this 3rd wicket for sure. See 2 slips in place for him.
He's a real young talent, and the great thing is the 2 wicket takers today, they're both, well, one of them's a schoolboy still and one of them's fresh out of school, and Akshay Puri. Aditya Bhargava, 4 wickets in a game they lost by 200 runs and picked up the initial breakthrough, and now Puri strikes. So there is hope there, and by the time you put Janak Prakash and Arya Manutchal back into the starting 11, all of a sudden you've got 4 good youngsters there. I think the big thing I would take from this tournament if I was Singapore is that some of your players might not be at the fitness, the strength and conditioning levels that they need to be at. Lots of youngsters on the bench too. You look at what Saudi Arabia have done, that's all they've focused on. You've got to be very fit to play at the international level these days. That's what I'd be taking away. Yes, there's some skill deficiencies as well. Get the boys fit and then build up the cricketing skills from there. 8 overs bowled, Kuwait 36 for 2. Change in bowling. There is the head coach of Kuwait, although we had a bit of a wobbly camera on him. And that's Pushpak Amara. One of a number of Pushpak Amaras who've played a good level of cricket in Sri Lanka. And like many of the Sri Lankan players, got a brilliant name, Muthu Mudagali. I haven't quite got that right. I know that Roshan Abasinghe was teaching me this. I'll have one more go. Muthu Mudugali. I think that's it, Pushpak Amara. We usually just call him Pushpak Amara for that reason. 41 years of age. He played one-day international cricket and a little bit of T20I cricket for Sri Lanka. Has done some work in the Lanka Premier League too. Left-handed batter, off-spinner. Like so many of those going around the Sri Lankan game, there he is on the left. Really nice man, real thinker of the game. Good first-class record too, over 100 games. He's been doing the job since 2019, but shortly after he came in, obviously the pandemic hit, so really hooked away. It's gone a long way. It's a shorter side of the ground, but it's gone all the way for 6. As Ramesh is pongoed away by Idris. He's the one who's got to play the aggressive role for Kuwait to chase this down in a hurry. It's a maximum.
That's well hit. Slightly short. Short arm jab there by Idris and goes a long way into the medical, just back of the medical box. Showing some intent for sure, Adnan.
Definite approach from Idris to go at it. Have to remember, we'll get a look at the points table at the end of this over. We might even get a look at it quickly now. It's not just about the 2 points for Kuwait. It is also about the net run rate. And you might look at this points table and say, well, why is that? If they win today and they win their final game, they qualify. Yes, that's correct. But what if rain comes into play? If there is rain about, and there could be, they could end up tied with the UAE. Same number of wins, same number of points, and net run rate comes in. So they've got to try and turn this around and turn it around quickly. This Group B is fascinating, Shared. Going into the last round of games, where all of the top 4 will have 1 game left each, Singapore out of the equation, they'll be separated by 2 points.
Absolutely. It's been a very interesting tournament. All of the teams having a chance except for Singapore at the moment. Interesting battle between these associate teams going around in this ACC Premier League 2023. See some fans in number today. Good lazy afternoon, fresh weather after the rain yesterday. That's nice, clipped away by Meet Bhavsar. Nice driving stop there.
Yeah, just took a quick lap of the ground. Always try to do that wherever I am in the world. I think something you really appreciate is the pace of play when you see it from the different parts of the ground. And a nice healthy crowd has come in as we get to the end of the 9th over. Score now moves to 46 for 2. Batting card so far, 2 breakthroughs, early breakthroughs for Singapore, but Adnan Idris up at the top of the order has very much been sent out with an intent to try and get this target chased down quickly. He's got 30 off 20 now, but nobody else has really scored particularly quickly. What would your approach be, Sharad, to low totals like this? I know you used to be a very stylish, very elegant player. You still are. Weren't necessarily a man who went from ball one, but would you look to play aggressively right from the off?
Absolutely. It's about what the team requires from you. And at the moment, definitely the Kuwaiti batters need some quick runs to get that run rate going in the plus mark. It's about always playing for the situation, what the team requires for you. Yes, personal milestones are there for every player to be happy about, but nonetheless, it's the team's target that's always has to be achieved by anyone.
Have you seen enough in this Kuwait team? I don't think they're the complete package in terms of they have some weak links, particularly their catching. Their catching must be giving Pushpak Amara in the top right there nightmares, sleepless nights, despite the beautiful facilities and lodgings here in Kathmandu. But have you seen enough within the team to suggest that they could win their last game against Hong Kong? They could qualify for the semi-finals if they complete the victory today?
Absolutely. If they get the top 4 or 5 batters of Hong Kong, they definitely have a very good chance. And the bowling attack of Kuwait does have that depth to get those batters early on. 2 left arm spinners, 1 leg spinner. That's a good shot by Idris. Goes down to his knees and hits it over cover for 6. And the 50 comes up for Kuwait.
Well, it's all about one man right now, Adnan Idris. Just a little full, and the width on offer there has allowed him to play against the spin and just trust his stroke. And again, because it's the shorter side of the ground, you're going to get good reward. We've seen absolute batting paradises here at this TU ground, run fest. Today's not going to be one of them, but you would expect if Idris can keep going, this game could end in a hurry. That's the end of the first power play. Kuwait, they're approaching the halfway stage of the runs required in their chase. And with 10 bowled, it's 53 for 2. Philippan Amadurai to come into the attack. Idris has really taken the aggressive role here. I think Kuwait are surely going to secure the critical 2 points. Outside of the dropped catches, which are very clear and blatant and glaring issue for Pushpak Amara, the head coach of Kuwait. What else is it that you feel that they have challenges with? Their batting, they chased down 250 against Bahrain. They posted, I think it was about 240, 250, maybe even 260 against UAE. But that was a heavy defeat as UAE had 370 on the board. What do they need to do better with the bat in that game against Hong Kong, which, if the weather holds and if the weather stays clear for the remaining 2 games, is in essence it's a quarter-final. It's a straight win and go through. It's a straight lose and go home. So what do they need to do better with the bat?
First of all, they need to win the toss for sure, Andrew. so that they can probably bat second, keeping the weather in mind. They would probably know what they have to do second innings. If it's a rain shortened game, it would be easier for them to chase the number of runs Hong Kong might post. Slight misfield. Another run taken.
Yeah, I think for me they need to probably show a slightly better approach to managing their innings, even in that chase at 250. It was a bit helter-skelter at times. There was plenty of half chances, and they lost 8 wickets getting to that total. They play so much T20 cricket. Naturally, it can be a little bit all or nothing. It's kind of boundaries or dots. I'd like to see them rotate the strike better. You see dots, 4s or 6s. That's what you tend to see from Idris in particular. I think they need to get more from Ravi Jasandarawan. He's got all that first-class experience. He is the class act in this batting lineup. But being honest, he's not had a good tournament. So they need more from him. He's batted in different positions as well. He was at number 4. Now this has gone into the air. This could be a chance. It is. And Singapore, are they just sensing something? Action aplenty in the first 11 overs here. Runs and wickets. It's all or nothing with Idris. That's the problem. If that last ball was a single, he'd be down the non-striker's end. Instead, he's gone.
Just flashed it. Idris mistiming it, trying to get over that mid-off fielder. Just getting a bit of height. And nice catch taken there. With the mid-off fielder running to his left. Good catch there by Surendra. Idris goes for a well-made 38. Kuwait are 55 for 3.
Here's a captain to the crease. Just the man for a crisis. Mohammad Aslam. Yeah, we're just talking about what Kuwait need to do better. Sandrowan's opened the batting. He's been down the order. He's a guy who's played a huge amount of first-class cricket and T20 cricket in Sri Lanka, as is the captain. Scores over the last couple of months for a batter of Sandrowan's class, not good enough. His last 5 innings, if you include today, last 6 innings, 5, 8, 0, 13, 8 and 2. Aslam equally short of runs. I know he's getting wickets. But there's a couple of questions there in this Kuwaiti batting lineup. 11 bowled, 56 for 3.
See that right next to the freezer?
Vinod Bhaskaran replaces Akshay Puri. Sharad, we were just talking previous over about Ravija Sandrowan's form issues, the problems that Mohammad Aslam's having with the bat too. You'll have gone through phases in your career. That's a nice stroke. That's going to be 4 with the speed of the outfield. Going to get a boundary. No cover sweeper out, surprisingly. And Aslam gets a boundary.
Yeah, he starts with a boundary. Aslam punched it on his back foot through the point and cover region. Nice looking shot. Gave a good chase call but couldn't reach to the ball before it crossed the ropes. Need those boundaries going for Kuwait for sure. Yeah, talking about what Kuwait needs to do, or rather Sundaran, to get that form going for him. That's a nicely played parallel sweep. Beats the short fine left fielder. Another 4 back-to-back boundaries.
Yeah, again shows you the speed of the outfield. It's such brilliant reward despite the rain over the last 36 hours. It's still quick, and they've kept it very trim. Lovely to see how green it is. When you had those phases in your career, Shard, what did you go back to? How did you get back into form? It's that kind of mystical thing. What even is form?
It's always about, for me, it used to be like how you feel when you're batting in the nets and the game. That's a big shout and given. Look at him. Vinod is so pumped up.
Isn't he just? Singapore are trying to pull off an almighty upset here. They're trying to take something from this tournament. Back-to-back boundaries and then a wicket. Kuwait. What is happening? Yeah, definitely glove, maybe a bit of the handle. A good decision. Aslam tries to say no run, but he knew. And look at Bhaskaran, isn't he pumped up in a big way? Singapore showing plenty. Maybe too little too late, but they're in this game. Aslam has gone for 9. And Kuwait, they're 64 for 4.
Surely some sixes now. Bring him for this guy. Come here, bring him here. No, it will be him.
Well. We thought it might be action aplenty in the second innings. I don't think we thought this, though, that Singapore would be right in the contest. Look at the delight. One of the things that the captain told me, which I think he's spoken really honestly in the post-matches we've done with him. He said they're not getting any easier, which could empathise with, but he was also brutally honest. He said, meaning playing for Singapore means the world to all these players. And they have been hurting. The new man, Shiraz Khan, bowled beautifully. I think he was robbed of a 5-wicket haul by his captain being taken off. But he's now got a job to do with the bat because the captain was dismissed. It's a very good catch. Down the leg side, that's excellent.
Yeah, definitely a deflection there off the bat. What a catch, yeah. Rightly pointed. Aryan Modi it was. Tightly bowled that one. Another dot. It's 12 overs done. Kuwait are 64 for 4.
Short fine. Winner, go a bit straighter. Towards me. Puri, towards me. Abhi. Money, आराम से money.
Manpreet Singh is going to come into the attack. He's actually bowled quite well. The numbers don't reflect it. Probably the pick of the bowlers alongside Bhaskaran, as UAE plundered 471 runs from the 50 overs a couple of days ago. And Singapore, they're sniffing something, they're sensing something. I really wish they had even 150 or 180 on the board now. And Kuwait have got themselves in a muddle, in a bit of bother. I'm not sure of their approach at points with the bat. Seemed a little bit strange. It's been a bit all or nothing. When you need 2 and over and you're trying to get a net run rate boost, singles and twos are just as important as the boundaries, and they haven't really put any prominence or value on those. And Singapore maybe just sensing something. The youngsters on the bench, see the likes of Siddhant Srikanth and Rohan Rangarajan, Abdul Badelia over there. But they might just be thinking, if they could get 2 more, get them 6 down before Kuwait get to 80, there could be a game on.
Certainly, you can see. Oh, that's well bowled, and that came in sharply.
Historically, Sharad, associate cricket has had a lot of low-scoring games. I know Nepal had a reputation of their batting struggling after brilliant bowling performances. Basanta Regmi would roll a team out for 150, and sometimes they wouldn't get it. Do you remember any games that you were involved in like this one, where you came up short?
Yeah, there had been couple of them. One game I remember is in 2011 that happened in Italy. That was the Division 4 tournament, and we lost to Tanzania, chasing around 117 runs, if I remember correctly.
And are you going to blame the wickets, or what? Was it a mindset issue, or what happened? Where was that? Was that in Malaysia, I think? Or maybe not. Okay, it might have been a couple of years before. Was it? That one was in Italy, sorry.
Yes, that was in Italy. I think it was end of 2010. We needed to finish top 2, and unfortunately we came 3rd in that tournament.
Yeah, victories over Italy. A defeat to Tanzania, lost by 9 runs. What was it like in Italy? That must have been an incredible experience. We'll talk about that after this over. 13 have been bowled. 67 for 4. Beauty. Purdy back into the attack. That's the perfect off break. Drift in, dip, and then turn. And Kuwait are looking to the skies because there is some fairly dark clouds about. Remember, we'll need to get to the 20 over point. Be guaranteed a game. I think we'll get play in, even if we do get a shower. What is it about these low totals, or just associate cricket generally, and also historically, that has meant that sometimes we see low totals not chased? Like looking back to that tournament in 2010 in Italy, you lost to Tanzania by 9 runs, not able to chase 118. In the 3rd place playoff a few days later, when the pressure was off, you beat them by 10 wickets. You chased it in 13 overs. and that's the same side. So what is it? Is it about the context of what's on the line? Does your mind start to play tricks on you? Is it just associate cricket in general, a lack of experience? Or historically, what has it been for you within the Nepali setup?
Yeah, I could remember clearly what was going on in that game. I mean, it's a lot in stake, Andrew, in those tournaments, climbing up the ladder from Division 5 to Division 4, 3 to we have reached where we have reached now. But it's like a lot in stake, like your whole career was in stake at that moment. Because if you don't qualify in the top 2, you're pegged back again for a couple of years, and that's what happened in that Italy tournament. We were really hoping we could climb that ladder up in the Division 3, and while chasing those 117 runs, which we should have chased easily, I think the pressure got on through us when we lost those early wickets.
And that's the context that makes, I think, associate cricket so dramatic and so brilliant to watch and to enjoy and to be involved in. Every game counts. There is no such thing as a meaningless bilateral game. Every game, well, certainly almost every game, is part of the ICC structure or the ACC structure, as we are here. And there's massive amounts on the line. Were Kuwait to win today, beat Hong Kong in a couple of days' time, and then win a semi-final, or even if they only win the third place playoff, they're off to an emerging teams cup. Kuwait will get to play against India A, Pakistan A. Imagine the progress for their development as a cricketing nation that would give them. If they win the tournament, they go to play on Star Sports for the first time against India and Pakistan. That's the context, and that's what makes associate cricket so brilliant and so engaging to watch. Players playing for their very lives. 14 bowled, 71 for 4. Fourteen bowled. Kuwait 71 for 4. They are getting there. They only need 43 more, but it hasn't gone as smoothly as they would have hoped, as I re-welcome Paresh Lahani to the commentary box. Paresh's talking about the pressure of the associate game. That's something you'll have experienced in a big way during your career as well.
Yes, it always have been a pressure game when we were at the associate earlier back in those days. Chance of a run out. A misfield that could have been a run out for Singapore. The 5th wicket for Kuwait.
Well, I think it's Manpreet Singh, isn't it, at mid-wicket? If he's picked this up cleanly, I think this is gone. Because Khan wanted one, and there it's the slip. If that was picked up cleanly, even without a direct hit just over to the top to the keeper, it could well have been enough, and Kuwait would have found themselves 5 down. I'm not quite sure how they're managing to make a mess of this, Kuwait, but great credit to Singapore. We are getting some rain. The rain now coming down. Drama. Bhaskaran can't get a grip on the ball. Oh, surely not. Not again, Paresh.
Let's hope not. Might be a passing shower. It's the cloud covering out there. You can see on the screen there's a bit of a shower there.
This, for me, it exposes how poor Kuwait's approach has been. Yes, Singapore have bowled well, credit to them. The fans are going scurrying up in the crowd right now. They're looking for shelter. I think we could be going off pretty soon here. But Kuwait will have known there was rain forecast. They will have known that this could have happened. And 15 overs, which we'll complete here. We'll get through 15. That's enough to get 113 in my book. If you know that your tournament's on the line, you've got to win today. I think they've got themselves to blame here. They got in a muddle, too many dots. Not enough intent, and now with the rain, the ball just skidding on. And let's hope that rain is not going to interrupt and we can get this game completed.
Yes, Kuwait did a very good job with the ball in the first innings, getting Singapore all out for just 113. 20 overs should be bowled. Again, beating outside the off stump. The good bowling by Singapore, the Vinod Bhaskaran.
And even now, Kuwait taking time out of the game. They've got to get on with it. They need these 42 runs. You can clearly see the drops. They're heavy. Now, there is some blue sky about. Might just be a shower, but the ground staff are at the ready. And they know the climate here. They know the weather conditions. Kuwait will only have themselves to blame if they don't pick up 2 points here today.
Yes, and to get a result, if it's washed out, you must complete the 20 overs. It's just the 15th over, still 5 overs remaining. If they can get those 42 runs in remaining 5 overs, they'll surely get 2 points, Kuwait.
Good shot down the ground from Babsar. He gets to double figures. 15 bowled. The drama continues to follow us. It's 73 for 4.
'73 for 4, Kuwait in 15 overs. Still 5 overs to go to match to be official to get a result. In the first innings, Singapore 113 all out. A good bowling by Kuwait. Even though they dropped 4 catches. A good outing for Kuwait in the fielding. 5 wickets for Mohammad Aslam and 3 for the leg spinner Shiraj Khan.
Singapore will be thinking, get 1 or 2 more here. They're in the game. Kuwait ahead on Duckworth Lewis by a distance at the moment, by about 20, 22, 23 runs. But it's all about wickets. If they lost 2 more, it's very close. They'd need to be 77 at the end of 20. It's very close. They get 7 down there behind. We love drama, Paresh, don't we? Just follows us around the associate game. Nothing's ever easy. Nothing's ever simple, but Babsar showing his technique off, and the rain, it's just relenting. The fans, they are coming back towards the grass banks right now. Paresh, do you think we'll be okay to get this game in?
Yes, I think it'll be okay till the 20 overs. I think the droplets have stopped. It'll be good to see that if Kuwait get these 40 runs in 5 overs. Credit goes to the Singapore bowlers, the way they've come into the second innings, just defending 113.
Right on the money from Puri. Around the wicket to Shiraz. I think Kuwait have written off any net run rate boost now. They said we're going to have to win today and we'll have to win our final game. The question will be, can they get these 40 more runs?
Yes, and in the meanwhile, Puri doing a good job bowling around the wicket, creating that angle to the right-hander. There's a slip for him for the ball going with the arm. There are no fielders on the offside in the boundary line. All the fielders are inside the circle on the offside. Good attacking field by the captain, Datta. If Singapore can get a couple of wickets in a quick time, they'll be right on top to defend this target. They'll have to bowl out Kuwait under 113 to win this game. Containing is not an option for Singapore, whereas Kuwait, they need 40 more runs for a victory.
He's bowling beautifully here, Akshay Puri. Right on the money again. 16 bowls, 74 for 4.
Drinks has been called in the field. We'll take a short break here in the commentary box. We'll be back soon. To come with a second spell from the pavilion and brought back into the attack. by Datta, the captain of Singapore. If Singapore can take 2 quick wickets now to get rid of these 2 batsmen, it'll be a very interesting game in our hands.
And this is an interesting move. Aditya Bhargava, who's got that extra yard of pace, really the only one in this Singapore squad here, shorn of both Janak Prakash and Ariman Uchil. So he's the only one right around the wide line. Benefit of the doubt given. But yeah, the youngster, they've gone to him and they've said, get us another wicket and get it for us now. Bowl as quick as you can. I hope they're the instructions that he's been given. He's herring in here. Must be a single down to deep third. Paresh, credit to Singapore that they've shown some fight. I know how desperately disappointed they will be, but a great character, great resilience this afternoon.
Absolutely, they've shown the fight. They've taken 4 wickets already, just defending a mere total of 113. And the last ball, umpire having a chat with the bowler. He's run to the danger area from the far end. He has already given an official warning for that. 3.2 overs for him, has taken a wicket and given away 19 runs. A quick youngster, Aditya.
No timing, straight to mid-on. Kuwait will have a huge amount to be pleased with, but their head coach will also have a huge amount to work on ahead of that, what could well be basically a straight quarter-final contest between Hong Kong and Kuwait. Who will you fancy for that?
Well, Hong Kong, they're playing very well with Anshu Manrat getting back into the side. Has already scored a century. Even Babar Hayat, a very formidable side, Hong Kong, and they have the past history of a good reputation of getting selected in the Asia Cup. They played the Asia Cup in numerous occasions.
Nicely bowled, beats the outside edge. Good carry too. The fact that that game is going to be up at the Mulpani ground in 2 days' time, where Hong Kong have already played 2 and won 2, does that give a bit of an advantage to Hong Kong?
Yes, definitely. And talking about Kuwait, they have won chasing at Mulpani ground against Bahrain. They'll be in high confidence. Again, chasing at the toss, the captain said, we're done batting second, that is why we're going to bowl first. Oh, very nicely bowled, back of the length. This youngster has impressed me a lot, apart from running into the danger area. He's a very good bowler.
You think of this youngster, 17, he's come through the Singapore system, 4 wickets. I know he went the distance. I know he went at over 10 and over. I wouldn't worry about that though. I'd almost prefer that in a young fast bowler than one who'd bowled his 8 overs and taken none for 35. Give me that little bit of X factor. Give me that bit of wicket taking ability. Because in the modern 50 over game, you need wickets. You have to be able to take wickets. And he's causing problems. He's creating chances. Very unlucky that this one's going to fly to the rope. It's a good over. But Kuwait, they creep closer. It's 79 for 4. Six bowlers have been used and tried for Singapore. Just the one over for Philippan, surprisingly, given he picked up a wicket. Puri's bowled really nicely. Again, a youngster showing his potential, his promise. There is hope for the future from Singapore, but I'm not even sure it's a case of them hugely underperforming. I think there's a case of the other sides moving past them. Bahrain, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia we've seen in this tournament. I know Qatar haven't won a game, but they've shown in patches as well. I think all of those sides are really improving. This is going to be runs. Outfield's quick. Can call, cut it off, he can. Still wholehearted in effort, Singapore. I think there's just a case of Singapore stagnating a touch, obviously missing two of their best players. But they have stagnated for me. The game moves on, it goes by you. And they have to find a way to keep up with what's going to be a very competitive Asian region. The next decade for Asian cricket, Paresh. I think there's any one of a number of 5 to 10 sides who could really promise. This could be a chance. Porty, he strikes. Shiraz Khan holds out. Another twist. They only need a run and over, but Kuwait continue to get into a muddle. And Akshay Puri, he deserves that second wicket.
Yes, exactly, and a very good commitment shown in the field by Call, the earlier ball, to stop it only for 2 runs. And credit goes to Puri, the way he's bowled, the way he's mixed his pace. This was a bit slower through the air, not connecting. Siraj, easy catch to long on. Half the side, back in the hut for Kuwait. Look at this catch again, easily done. Fingers facing towards the sky. Siraj Khan goes for 10. 50 his strike rate of 20 balls, just a 4 in his innings. Kuwait in trouble, 82 for 5. Parvinder Kumar is the new batsman in at number 7. Who would have thought he'll have to come to bat? Just 32 more required of 32.3 overs. He has a 50 under his belt in this tournament so far. Parvinder.
I don't think any of us saw this chase going this way. I thought we would see Kuwait not just chase down the total, but chase it down in a hurry. I thought they might have lost 2 or 3 wickets because they were really going to go after this Singaporean attack, chasing down the small total. 113 is all Singapore made, 114 to win. I thought 12, 14, 15 overs of carnage and get the game done. But instead, their mixed approach, I think some mixed thinking from the batters, I'm not sure what the instructions were, and some good bowling and good catching has meant that Singapore are just sniffing something in the water. There's something in the air in the Himalayas. Is it a big upset? Is it the end of Kuwait's tournament? They must win, remember. They would set up a virtual quarter-final against Hong Kong. And look at how brave the bowling is now. Chuck it up into the sky. Get it up above the eye line. Find another wicket, Akshay Puri. Be brave. You have all the talent in the world, youngster. Chance for a fiver. Beautifully bowled. Remember, Parvinder Kumar, he only bats one way. He tries to hit massive sixes.
Yes, that will be a challenge for Parvinder. Puri giving that so much of air, dropping the ball from the batsman's eye line. That is very difficult to play. Are they sniffing something here, Singapore?
Little short leg or leg slip into play. Flatter through the air this time. Oh, he's lovely to watch, Akshay Puri. Such a talent. 18 have been bowled. 82 for 5.
with to continue from the Shobar end. Sorry, the Pavilion end has taken a wicket already. 4 overs, 23 for 1. His figures. Still 32 more required of 32 overs. Just 1 run per over required for Kuwait. I don't think they'll do that. Credit goes to Singapore. The way they've bowled, the way they've fielded, the way they've taken the catches.
It's the two youngsters leading the way. Aditya Bhargava, 17. Akshay Puri, fresh out of school. Credit to Singapore. They're going to go home. They'll be on a flight tomorrow, I would say. Will they be taking a win with them?
Yes, a couple of quick wickets. Definitely Singapore will be right on top. "32 runs seems like a very long way for Kuwait at the moment. Again, back of the length, good length. Advita looks very strong. Bowling him mid paces. You can see the Kathmandu city in the background. Beautiful TU International Cricket Ground with all those green grass banks. The practice area on the right of your screen.
You love it here, Paresh, don't you? It's your second home. This whole country's my second home somehow these days. I'm so lucky to be here so often. But you love this ground, as do I. It's a very special place. Don't change it too much. Oh, that's a beauty. A perler. Beating them all ends up. Babsar, he's got into trouble as well. And another warning for the youngster. He's running right down the middle. Umpire spot on. You can't do that. That's something that Bhargava will have to learn. He has to get off, even if he comes wider of the crease. I think that could be a second formal warning. One more, he'll be taken off, and that will be that.
Yeah, he's already got one official warning in the first spell. Look at that, he's right in the danger area. If he gets another warning, he cannot bowl. If he can use the rubber spikes, he can, but without the nails. Again, it's starting to drizzle a bit.
Well, 9 more deliveries, and we'll have an official game. Kuwait still ahead for now on Duckworth Lewis Stern. 2 more wickets, they're behind. Problem for Bhargava here. Doesn't know where to run. Just start 2 steps wider at the top of your crease, top of your run-up, sorry. Then you'll run not through the centre of the crease or quite tight to the stumps as he has been doing, but just a little wider, and then you'll be able to get off. You don't need to change your run-up, you don't need to change your action. Just literally set out the top of your run-up, come a couple of steps to your left. You see, he's very straight there. Come 2 steps to his left and run through the middle of the crease. He's trying to. I think he's got off a little bit better that time. Par score after 20 overs is 54 runs. We'll get that checked. 2 more wickets on that total. I think that's after 4 wickets. You might check that DLS. But 7 down, they'd be behind. 2 moments of magic in these 8 balls and a thunderstorm from the gods, and Singapore will have a win from nowhere with only 113 on the board.
See how funny this game is. At the end of the first innings, Kuwait were sitting very pretty on top, getting Singapore bundled out for just 113. Now it's pretty hard work for Kuwait to chase the target, and five wickets down. I think that's right. If in 20 overs, Kuwait needs 65 for 5.
Can get confusing, those sheets, can't they? That's correct. And the problem is for Kuwait, you add 2 wickets to that total. Again, I think what we're talking about is immaterial, because I don't think the rain's going to get heavy enough for us to need to go off. Just a drizzle. What's happening up at Mulpani, I wonder. I know they've started. Have they stayed on, or is the rain affecting them? It's a 35 over a side game up there because of that delayed start. Again, Bargava's lost his run up. Dragging out this. I think the umpire's going to have a word here as well, because where there could be a little bit of gamesmanship, a little bit of delaying tactics, it's not actually the case. What Bargava's going through here is genuine, but in theory, he could be doing this on purpose and not getting into the 20 over mark.
Yes, that can be the case, but I think the run-up, the follow-through going to the danger area, I think that is behind his mind. That is why he's just not continuing with his action. Good ball to end the over. Again, the umpire have called, I think, his run again to the danger area. 19 gone, Kuwait 82 for 5. Well, I think the umpires have come together and gave another warning to Advitya running in the danger area. It'll be a shame if he cannot bowl again. Look at that again, coming straight in front of the umpire and to the danger area.
Just very blatant, isn't it? And it's led to another delay in play, and we still haven't got to the 20 over mark. Really don't think we expected this. I think a lot of us felt that it would be a pretty comfortable chase for Kuwait, that they try to do it quickly, get that big net run rate boost. That's gone. And now it's the 2 points that they need to get. If they don't get those 2 points, it's not a virtual quarter-final against Hong Kong in 2 days' time, the final day of the group stage of this ACC Men's Premier Cup. And I have to say, the way they've approached this innings, for me, I think it's left a lot to be desired. Credit to Singapore, they've been excellent with the ball, but the approach to the batting, Paresh, it's been very much one of two minds, one of not being certain of what to do and how to get these runs.
Yeah, it has been a double mind by the Kuwaiti batters. Clean them up. 6 wicket gone down.
Singapore sense victory. They sense the taste of victory for the first time in this tournament. Think we're just going to have to check that front foot. The umpire wants a look at it. Bhaskaran's joy has turned to concern. And which way is it going to go? Haritra Dutta is saying we're in this game. We can win this match. Has he overstepped? Oh, no. He's okay. More than enough behind, and they celebrate again. Kuwait, what are you doing? Pushpa Kamara. The restless nights caused by the drop catches are now being caused by the batting. What sort of a shot is this? A huge hoik across the line. He's trying to hit to the bigger side of the ground as well. Parvinder's gone for a duck. It's 82 for the loss of 6.
Guys, better. Man in, guys. Come on. You cannot stop the game. Come on. Let's go Vino! Let's go Vino! Puri ye le le. Philip come in. This side no? Yeah. Abhi come in, Abhi come in.
Yasin Patel to the crease at number 9. Player of the match, number 8, correction. Player of the match in the previous game, the win for Kuwait over Bahrain. We were just talking about the mixed approach, the mixed messaging, the confusion as to how to approach this small chase. And right on cue, completely unnecessarily, we see what can only be described as a rather outrageous stroke. If you're looking to chase that total down in 10-12 overs, send him into open to do that from the top, not at number 7. And now Kuwait are going to have to fight and scrap for every run to get this total. And they've got Vinoth Bhaskaran on fire and landing it at will. Where's this game going?
Singapore right on top, taking those 6 wickets. Vinod bowling very well, and that was a very poor selection of shot by Parvinder, playing against the spin across the line. Was completely beaten and bowled by Vinod. Excellent work by Vinod. What a shot here off the back foot, but didn't time it. The fielder there doing a good job tumbling away, just saving 2 runs, just a single given.
Yeah, Yasin Patel was up at number 5, I think. Why have they changed the order? Why is he at number 8?
Even though you've changed the order to smash the bowlers around, that hasn't worked for Kuwait.
But Paresh, this is my whole point. They haven't smashed the bowlers. If the top 4 had gone in with a license and played a shot of ball and tried to chase this total down in 12, 14 overs, I understand there's a thought process there. There's an approach. But it's been a completely mixed approach, and one that has got Kuwait into the bother that they're in alongside Singapore's marvellous bowling effort. We now officially have a match because 20 overs have been bowled in the second innings. The score is 83 for 6.
Thirty-one more required of 30 overs, but look at the wicket column for Kuwait. 6 wicket down already, only 4 remaining. A good job here by Singapore. Good bowling attack, good fielding as well. They came in this match in the second innings with a mission to getting Kuwait all out under 113. They've done the 50% of the job. Singapore right on top at the moment. A bit of pressure on the Kuwaiti batters. Oh, beaten outside the off stump. Puri, what a spell he's going through.
If you're wondering how close this game is right now, let's look at Duckworth Lewis. I think we're going to get the game completed. I don't think rain is going to interrupt the rest of it. But it's a really good barometer as to who's winning at a certain moment in time. And this cut away through the legs of the second slip. And it's going to run away for 4. I don't think he was in any kind of a position that he should have been in. This may well have actually bounced in between his legs. What's Manpreet Singh doing here at second slip?
Yeah, I think it got the under edge of the batsman Yasin Patel, and it went through the legs of Manpreet Singh. Look at that. Yes, it did.
Got to be low. You're a close catcher. Big appeal. Oh, that's very close indeed. Akshay Puri was certain. And Manpreet Singh asks, is it missing off? The umpire says yes. Modi thought that was wicket number 7. How close was this?
Yeah, big appeal by the closing fielders.
We've got to get another look at that if we can, because that was tight. He's definitely got it to pitch in line. Pitching in line is not a problem. Has it turned too much? Has it turned to miss the off stump? Let's see if we can get a look at that LBW appeal. That's what we want to see. Well, from that angle, we're not going to be able to tell, but it certainly looks close. And Pori in particular, he was certain that he'd found the 7th wicket. Chip back. Oh, something's happening every ball here. Singapore, they can sense a big upset.
Yes, from that angle we could see that the ball hitting the inner thigh of Yasin Patel, but we couldn't see either it's gonna hit the stumps or miss the off stump. It was not the straight angle, but Puri troubling all sorts of trouble for the Kuwaiti batsman. Yashin 5 of 8, Bhaskar 13 of 33.
Chipped into the gap and just be a single. We're going to come back to that LBW appeal if we can. End of the 21st over. That's it there. Looks more than a touch close, doesn't it? 21 have been bowled. It's 88 for 6. You have to love associate cricket. It always confounds all expectations. It always surprises. It always entertains. It always gives us drama. And after a rain day yesterday, we're seeing real drama here at the TU ground. Just going to go back to that DLS. Yes, Kuwait are ahead. But if Singapore got a wicket, this delivery, they would move a run ahead. As Kuwait would need to have 90 for the loss of 7 at the end of the over. Good shot. There is no cover sweeper. It's going to be 4. Bhavsar holding his nerve. He's got an ally there in Yasin Patel, and the two youngsters will have to guide Kuwait home. The more experienced batters, well, they've really let their team down and they've put Kuwait into this precarious position. Can the two southpaws, the two left-handers, guide Kuwait home, drag them, kicking and screaming, over the line? Can they get there? 21 more needed. Paresh, somehow we're seeing a thriller.
Yes, it's been a thriller from the start of the second innings. Kuwait, they didn't understand. They were in double mind, either go for it or play singles, just get over the line or get the runs in quick succession. That is why they've lost 6 wickets. Credit goes to the Singapore bowlers. The way they've bowled created problems for the batsmen. Vinod especially, and Puri as well, and even the young medium pacer, he bowled very well. Only 21 required, not even a run per a ball per over. Hit it straight down the ground. Oh, slipped. He was looking for 2. Yashin.
Yeah, just be a single in the end. The last thing they need is a silly run out. They only need 20. They've got 28 overs to do it. But Bhaskaran is trying everything he can alongside young Puri to get a 7th wicket. If this partnership's broken, anything could happen. But they need that wicket now, Singapore. End of the over. I'll bid you farewell. Go and get ready for the post-match. Leave you with Shard Vasakar, who'll join Paresh Lahani. It's 94 for 6.
Let's look at the bowling card of Singapore. Vinod Bhaskaran, 8 overs, 33 runs given away, 2 wickets taken. Advitya, the youngster, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 23 for 1. Puri, 6 overs, 21 for 2. Ramesh, a solitary over for him. Tilapan and Manpreet. Tilapan taken 1 wicket. Sure, they're chasing 114. They found themselves in a spot of bother, Kuwait.
Oh, look at that turn Puri is getting. It's very close to getting that 3rd wicket. The 7th one for Kuwait. Last over. Yeah, they're just chasing that target of 114. Definitely in trouble, Kuwait. Need a small 10-run partnership. And Bhavsar taking his time. No hurry at all. We're talking about Kuwait finishing this early and pushing their run rate up. But at the moment, we need to get those 2 points by winning this game.
Very flighted delivery by Puri. Played it late, played it well by Bhaskar just for a single. 19 more required. We can hear some thunderstorm. Let's hope the rain stays away till the end of the chase.
A good change there, captain discussing to have that silly point in place. That would be a good wicket taking option. There you go. Bring in that silly point to get that 7th wicket. It's a good tactics by the Singaporean captain. You could see very careful there, Yasin.
Yes, a very attacking field. Good captaincy by Datta, bringing in a silly point for the off spinner. Left-hander Yashin is on strike. Good attacking field. If they can take a couple of wickets in quick time, the game will. Gave himself room. Inside out shot, perfectly timed. Much needed boundary for Kuwait.
What a beautiful shot that was. Get that. Over covers, showing some intent, making it clear, and nearly hitting that silly point fielder. He was just ducking under that ball, Paresh.
Why wasn't he sent earlier? Yashin Patel, the player of the match winner in the last match Kuwait played. Oh, good turn, slow through the air. A very good turn by Puri. 23 gone, Kuwait 99 for 6. Manpreet back into the attack of that solitary over his first spell. Bowling from Chobar end. There's a short extra cover. Oh, turn there. The keeper missed. The slip missed the ball, resulting a bye single.
Big turn there by Manpreet. Nicely tossed up, hitting those rough areas. of the bowlers follow through. You could see big turn and bounce as well. Missed both the slip and keeper. Another run taken. Looked like a dropped catch. But it was given by.
Exaggerated turn by Manpreet. Oh, nicely hit over the cover fielder. The ball running towards the boundary. There's a sweeper cover. Cuts it for 2. I think his heart must have been in his mouth, just limping around to Yashin Patel. Look at this again. It was much higher than the cover fielder. I don't know what Yashin was trying to do. Got the back of the bat because of the slowness of the ball bowled by Manpreet. He tried for a cute paddle sweep but got the back of the bat. Very funny scenes out there. The silly point comes out, goes to short extra. A dolly full toss but hit straight to the bowler. Couldn't get toll of it. He could have smashed it down to mid-wicket region for a 6. Straight to short extra. Only 12 required for Kuwait. The overs left is not an issue. Nicely played on top of the bounce. Played it down towards the ground. 24 gone. Kuwait 102 for 6. Puri is going to continue from the pavilion and 2 hits away Kuwait for a victory. That is highly unlikely, seeing the bowling from these Singapore bowlers. Tomorrow's game, the 17th match of the ACC Men's Premier Cup 2023, the 9th day, Oman taking on Saudi Arabia here at TU International Cricket Ground. Let's come back to this game. Nicely tossed up. He wants the batsman to go over the top. The ball is turning.
Yeah, 2 left-handers in the crease and 2 off-spinners operating from both ends. Puri looked so good. Look at that loop and turn he's getting, and nicely leaving that outside the off stump. Bhavsar, if Puri gets that ball coming in from that line, Bhavsar could be in trouble.
If Puri can get one with the arm into the left-hander, Bhavsar will be in a big trouble. I think that is he's lining up for that delivery. 3 balls bowled that flighted off spinner. Now can he get one with the arm into the left-hander? Again a dolly full toss. Didn't go for a big one. Just played it with timing for a single. Finishing it quickly is not an issue for, not a thing for Kuwait at the moment. Just 2 points. They're eyeing for just 2 points. And they'll want to play the virtual quarter-final against Hong Kong. Look at that turn again. Vicious turn by Puri. Very slow through the air. The ball bouncing and turning, and bit of a bounce. Also, look at the keeper taking so high, around his chest high.
Absolutely. Turn and bounce. Should get one more at slip or at silly point for sure. Definitely flighting it, Puri. It's the 25th over done. Kuwait are 103 for 6.
Change the bowler, left arm over. Let's go, Vinod, shabash! One wicket now,
Still 11 runs more to win in 25 overs. Good job here by Singapore bowlers, keeping it tight, not giving away easy runs to Kuwait. A bit concerning looks at the dugout of ball going with the arm away from the left-hander. Pass for move to 20 or 46. Just touch 50 his strike rate. A good bowling here by Singapore, fighting it back again. Nicely bowled. Punt down the ground for a single. 10 more required.
Taking it slow and steady. These two, Yasin and Bhavsar. Vinod comes for his 9th over. Has picked up 2 wickets. Yeah, pushed it slightly quicker. Vinod probably trying to induce that edge to the first slip fielder.
Yeah, Yashin is trying to play his shots, giving himself room, creating the space on the off stump. Nicely cut away. It was airborne, but into the vacant area. 2 runs taken. Good fielding there. Kuwait itching towards victory. 8 more required. Nicely bowled again. The ball bowling with the arm. A forward defensive played by Yashin Patel. He doesn't want to throw his wicket away. That is why he's just creating some room on the offside. Try to hit it over extra cover. That is he's done nicely before. He doesn't want to give his wicket away. Vinod, the last ball of his 9th over. Full toss. Couldn't get hold of it, did he? A big 6 in taken. 2 more required now.
Yeah, that was a big one. Chinaman attempted by Vinod and a full toss. And it was a huge 6. Oh, and it's dropped by the fans there in the ground. So it's 26 done. Kuwait are 112 for 6.
Come in.
Puri to continue from the pavilion end. His ball 8 overs, 2 for 27. His figures, just 2 runs required. 1 blow away for a victory for Kuwait. The second victory of this tournament. Cut away, but straight to the field. Couldn't pierce the fielding. A good attack. Still, Singapore, they are attacking, even though only 2 runs are required. They need 4 wickets to win this game. There's 2 slips, short extra. Just let it go by Bhaskar. 2 dot deliveries to start his 9th over. Puri has bowled very well today. Nicely hit inside out. I think that is the winning runs. It's gone for a maximum. 4 wickets victory for Kuwait. At last, they've chased this target in the 27th over.
Yeah, a beautiful way to bring the winning runs. Meet Bhavsar, 18 years old. Looks a good bat. Shaking hands there, Kuwait and the Singapore team. Good to see. Look at that shot over covers. Full swing of the bat and long way it went into the securities dugout.
A comfortable victory for Kuwait in the 27th over. They could have done it to improve their net run rate quite early, but good bowling effort by Singapore, giving the fight back to Kuwait, losing their 4 matches in the group stages. The 15th match here in the TU International Cricket Ground. Kuwait winning the game by 4 wickets. Handshakes all around, and the covers has been brought because it doesn't look good. It's getting dark here. Luckily the game is over. Handshakes all around. Credit goes to the Singapore bowlers, the way they fought this battle. Only 113 in the first innings scored by Singapore. The target was 114. Very well fought by the bowlers of Singapore, taking 6 wickets and losing the game by 4 wickets. On the other hand, Kuwait registered their 2nd win in the league stages. They have 4 points now. Hong Kong are the group top in the group B. UAE on the 2nd. It'll be a virtual quarter-final, the game between Hong Kong and Kuwait. Whoever wins that battle reaches the semi-finals. Talking about the match at Mulpani ground, the 2nd match of today, the 16th match of ACC Men's Premier Cup 2022. Qatar won the toss and decided to bat first in the reduced match. 35 overs aside, Qatar are 136 for 5 in 27 overs. 8 overs remaining in that game. You can see Singapore. Let's look at the highlights of the 2nd innings, batting highlights. Let's look at the batting highlights of the 2nd innings. Here you go. Good fours hit by different batsmen of Kuwait over the mid-off fielder. There were a bit of fours and a couple of sixes as well. This was punched off the back foot nicely. The ball racing away towards the boundary. Very quick outfield, even though it was raining 36 hours before, and this was one good paddle sweep. And deliberate shot down to 3rd man by the batsman there. Good back foot punch again into the vacant area on the offside behind square. This was the pick of the shot for me for today's Kuwait's innings. inside out over extra. Another good one over the backward point region for a 6. That was the first maximum from Kuwait's bat. This was another maximum. This was even better inside out over the rope for a 6. This was the last one, the winning score over the boundary, and a drop catch by the spectator there. This is one more. 4 sixes in total hit by Kuwaiti batters to chase a mere total of 114. This is the batting card. Idris, the highest scorer for today, 38, and Basfar not out on 27, and Yashin on 21. Apart from them, only Shiraz got to a double figures. Sandar 1-5, Ibrahim 5, Aslam 9, and Parvinden gone for a knot. It took 26.3 overs to chase the target of 114 for Kuwait. Let's look at the wickets to fall for Kuwait. 6 in total. Coming down the track, getting that leading edge, top edge, down to third man. That was an LBW from in front. Good effort by the Singapore bowlers to get 6 wickets. This was a smart catch taken. A leading edge again, down to mid-off. This was a good glove work by the keeper. Going down the leg side, brushing the gloves. This was another catch, a simple one to the fielder at long on. This was completely bowled. A very wrong selection of shot by Parvinder, gone for a knot. Those were the 6 wickets to fall. And look at the bowling card. Pinot, 9 overs, 42 runs given, 2 wickets. Aditya, 5 overs, 1 made in 23 for 1. Puri, 8.3 overs, 33 for 2. Ramesh, a solitary over for him, given away 10 runs. Tilipan, 1 over, 3 for 1. And Manpreet, 2 overs for 5. Match summary of the 15th match of the ACC Men's Premier Cup 2023. Batting for Singapore was put to bat by Kuwait. They were bowled out for just 113 in 31.4 overs. Called the highest run scorer for Singapore, 45. Manpreet, 28, and Tilipan, 13. Aslam, the pick of the bowlers, the captain of Kuwait, 5 for 20. Siraj, 3 for 14, and Idris, 1 for 8. Chasing a mere total of 114. They got to the target in the 27th over, losing 6 wickets. Kuwait. Andrew Leonard will be this is tomorrow's game, the 17th match of the tournament and the 9th day. Oman taking on Saudi Arabia here at the TU Cricket Ground. Do join us for that. And Andrew Leonard will be back with you with the post-match presentation ceremony in a short while. Stay tuned.
Yes, hello and welcome to the post-match presentation of this game number 15 at the 1xBet ACC Men's Premier Cup. And we'd like to start with the Asian Cricket Council thanking the hosts, the Cricket Association of Nepal, and all involved at both of the venues, the TU Cricket Ground here and also across at Mulpani. Great efforts through some difficult conditions both yesterday and today. We'd also like to thank the rights holder, the IPG Group, and all of the commercial partners involved for their support of our wonderful sport. We've got a really low-scoring match here today, but it's been a low-scoring thriller, and Kuwait have prevailed in some dramatic circumstances, winning by just 4 wickets. First, we'll speak with the losing captain. That's Aritra Dutta of Singapore. Aritra, hard luck today. No joy in this tournament, but you must be so proud of that bowling effort, nearly defending that low total.
Yeah, I mean, considering the tournament we have had in general and that batting debacle in the first innings, it was very easy for us to just go through the motions, but I think the boys showed the fight we've been looking for all tournament, and if you could have just done that a little earlier, we could have been in with a shout.
I think debacle's a strong word, but it's a fair word. It wasn't a wicket where 113 all out was going to be the case. I think you lost your last 8 wickets for something like 33, 34 runs. Where did it go wrong?
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely not a 350 wicket today, but it was not as bad as we made it look. I think responsibility is the key word here. We're looking for that from our experienced batsmen, and we just did not bat with responsibility. And we put our lower order under a lot of pressure, expecting them to come in the 25th over and build an innings from there. It's not fair on them.
Pleasing to see the youngsters go so well. I thought Akshay Puri bowled beautifully, and Aditya Bhargava showed what potential he has.
Absolutely. I mean, if you had to take away any positives from this tournament, it would be the youngsters and the way they stepped up. It's an overwhelming tournament, to be honest. I mean, lots of big names, lots of big teams, but they stood up tall and they performed pretty well for us.
Okay, finally, mate, I know it's been difficult, 4 games, 4 defeats, but what are you going to take away? What are you going to learn? Where do you need to go back and work on to keep pace with some really excellent sides in this competition?
I think we just showed in patches that we can be competitive. We are not lacking in skill. It's more execution. It's more just the maturity that is required at this level of cricket. And we just need to look within ourselves and find the answers instead of, putting blame on anyone else. It's just down to the players. It's down to us as individuals to find a way out of this.
I really appreciated your honesty throughout. Best of luck in turning things around in the future.
Thank you very much.
Okay, that's the very well spoken, the eloquent Aritra Dutta, who's the losing captain today. All 4 games Singapore went down to defeat. Time for the player of the match, and I'd like to call upon my player of the match presenter who's going to come up and join me here on stage. He is the director of the apparel partner of Nepal Cricket. That's Kelmi. So Mr. Uttam Niponi, if you please come up and join me. Uttam, lovely to see you, and thanks for all of your support of cricket here in Nepal. Much appreciated. Okay, so as always, we'll go in a reverse order. So in 3rd place today with 38 runs with a bat, Adnan Idris for Kuwait. In 2nd place was one of the Singapore batters, Amortha Cole, who batted really nicely. But the player of the match today, it's the captain of Kuwait. He bowled immaculately. I believe it's a career best for his country. He's ended up with 5 for 20. The player of the match is Mohammad Aslam. So Mohammad's trophy from Mr. Uttam Niponi, the director of the apparel partner of Nepal Cricket. That's Kelmi. Nice moment for Mohammed, and our thanks again to support. Thank you, Uttam. Mohammed, stay with me. Let's start with your bowling. Delighted to pick up, I think it's a maiden 5-wicket haul, certainly at this level anyway.
Yeah, maiden 5 wicket. I am very happy. So, this all paying hard work. So, I am very happy.
I have to say, Shiraz Khan, though, was exceptional. His 6 overs, was that really what changed the momentum? So accurate with his leg spin and so skillful?
Yeah, definitely. Last 2 games he's in not his mark, but Alhamdulillah, he came back to his bowling. So big help for our team for winning Shiraz bowling.
You've now got 2 wins in this tournament. It's a very simple equation going into the final game. In essence, it's a virtual quarter final. If you beat Hong Kong, you advance to the semis. If you lose, you won't. Do you believe you can do it?
Definitely. We previously, 1 month before, we had a tour to Hong Kong, so we gave good fight against them. Match also gained closely, so we knew their players also. We have analyzed it also, so we're planning do our best.
I know you must be delighted with the win, but the catching is still an issue. And what about the batting? You've ended up losing 6 wickets, chasing a pretty low total there.
Yeah, actually, one time it's rainy, it's came, so we decide to go a little bit fast to finish the match because who knows going to rain. But fortunately, it's not rain, so we just keep batting and we won the game.
Okay, finally, special word for your two youngsters, Yasin Patel and also Meet Pavsar. He's just 18 years of age, and they showed a bit more maturity than some of the older batters did.
Definitely, last match also Yasin and me, they both are playing well. So this is good pickup for the national team. So I hope they have good future. So I'm impressed with the way they're doing still so far.
Mate, you're one game away from the semi-finals. Best of luck in a couple of days' time.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, that's Mohammed Aslam, delighted as the captain. It's going to wrap it up for our coverage today, but do come and join us tomorrow because it's a massive day. It's the penultimate day of the group stages and everything is to play for in both Group A and Group B. Here at the TU ground, I'll be bringing you the coverage from Oman versus Saudi Arabia, which is in essence a virtual quarter-final as well, and across at Mulpani, the UAE will be taking on Bahrain. This tournament, it's getting better and better. It's all to play for. Thanks for joining us today. Bye for now.